And we are live, Senator.
Thank you very much, and good morning, folks, and welcome to Maine's 130th State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am Senate District 34, serving Acton, Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. And I am with you this morning as the chair, presiding over the work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. The purpose of today's meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for the members to consider the legislative proposals before them and to make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We're also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislator's website, www.legislator.maine.gov. And at this time, I'll be asked that my fellow committee members take a moment to introduce themselves, and I'll begin with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. My name's Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. Dave Woodson, District 33 in York County, and I have 3 school districts, Sanford, Massabesic, and Sockeye Valley in my district.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J. Livermore Falls and part of Livermore, and I'm here at the Capitol. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Representative McCray from Fort Fairfield. I'm coming to you live from the Education Committee Room in Augusta. Good morning.
And no bike riding in the committee room. Representative Millette.
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, I'm Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson.
Good morning. Live from the beautiful state capitol, I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And folks, just bear in mind that we have 11 out of the 13 of us this morning, and it's often that some of us are coming and going as we have other commitments in terms of committees and testimony going on this morning as we support different legislature. That said, I mentioned our clerk, Sam Baker. Sam will assist in any way he can in terms of moving folks in and out of this morning's work sessions and help you with any technical issues that may arise. And we will, at time to time, hear from our 2 analysts. Hillary Risler and Sam Senfit will join us periodically as they offer analysis on various bills that come up throughout our work this morning. Keep in mind that these are work sessions, and I do know that some of the bills that we'll be working have they've been tabled, but we have a lot to do today, and we'll try to get to it. That said, it's my understanding that Representative Millette would like to make a announcement, I guess, or statement this morning, asking for us to look at a bill of hers. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, indeed. I'm hoping that we can, I have a couple of changes I'd like to make to LD 1373 and would hope for a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Having voted in the majority, I would move that we reconsider our action ought to pass on LD 1373.
And I would second that, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And that was motion by Representative Brennan, seconded by Representative Dodge. So it's in order to do so, it's just going to be a simple majority if we could. All those in favor of reconsider 1373, if you would be kind enough to hold your hand up so it's visible. I see 1, 2, 3 across the top, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't see those are opposed. Any opposed? So the motion to reconsider 1373 passes. Representative Millet.
Yes, sorry. Our puppy is getting his first cut and my husband wants to make sure that we do this right. So hold on 1 second here. I'm telling him, please don't shave the dog. Okay. Yes, so Ms. Risler, if you wouldn't mind putting up the most recent version, that would be great. Thank you. Wonderful. So down in section H, or one subsection H, I have put in a delayed implementation for the prohibition on seclusion to start on September of 2023. That allows 2 years for, well, let me just continue and then I'll explain how this should all work. In addition, I'm proposing that we strike subsection H5 based on some additional information that and feedback that we received that this really could be quite difficult to implement. And then down at the very end, I've changed minor technical to routine technical to major substantive. And so that in combination with the 2023 date allows for collaboration and conversation between all of the stakeholders to discuss this process and to also allow the department to continue to implement and provide training as was discussed by Bear Shea during the work session. So with these changes, I believe that we're being respectful of the parties involved, and yet, you know, getting our state to move forward with utilizing different approaches to restraint and seclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, any questions at this point for, I see a hand up from Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, sir. So this change still does not allow seclusion under any circumstance.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to respond to that?
It is delaying the bill until 2023, sir.
Yeah, but it's still, the seclusion is still eliminated. Would be under the proposal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious. I know I had a conversation last evening about someone who was with Dr. Hathaway, who it was mentioned to her about having the 2-year wait. And she responded that in 20 years, that the seclusion and restraint is something that she needs to use. So in 2 years from now, that's not going to be a change. They continue to use multiple tools and strategies, and this is a rare occurrence, but it is something that needs to be in place. So I'm concerned that that's still within the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Mr. Chair, I first have a request and a question. If Ms. Risler could send us this document with the highlights, that would be great. I don't see it in my inbox. That would be super helpful. And the second, well, my question / comment essentially is, we're seeing an increase in special needs. That has been a trajectory that we've been witnessing for a number of years. What I don't understand is why are we removing tools from these specialists and teachers, the experts in the field? Why are we removing tools? If they don't want to use them, they don't have to use them. But pushing this down the road 2 more years, if we're looking at the trajectory, okay, can't even say that right. Anyway, the trend upward, we're only going to see more of these issues coming up. And I think that we're hamstringing people in the field. So I'd be curious as to thoughts on that.
Thank you. I know that in our discussions, the hope is that the time frame gives us more opportunity for training. And I think that was the gist of your question, although the audio was a little bit difficult at times. But I believe that's the target, is to give opportunity for more training. It'll give legislatures an opportunity to discuss it, take a look at that, and have an opportunity to review it before they vote. I think in order, if I'm not mistaken, I had Representative Roach, then Representative Lyman.
Thank you. I mean, delaying it 2 years isn't going to change what happens. And we hear from teachers, special ed directors, all my emails. Yesterday we had 20, 25. I don't have the numbers. I don't want to exaggerate, but people in the field of education at a press conference yesterday speaking about how this, along with parents that are telling us that this is not the way to do this. This is not what we should be looking at all. And these are people that are working every day with these kids. They're not just flying in once in a while and saying, hey, this is how you do this. Now I'm going to go back to my office somewhere. These are people that are there every day, working their butts off to make sure that your kid is protected. The thing I think is bad is that we call it seclusion and restraint. It should be protective. Protective. We should come up with another name for it, because it's got nothing to do with this humiliating features that we like to put out there. I just don't get why we're not listening to educators, the teachers that are in the building. We're listening to people that are not a part of this, and it's frustrating.
Representative, it is an emotional issue, but I think that there's been consideration on both sides to listen to educators, and educators have different viewpoints. But this does give us an opportunity to take a look at what training takes place, and we will have an opportunity to review this before it's implemented as legislators. Representative Lyman.
Thank you. I guess I too am just feeling frustrated because we listen to a whole lot of folks, and I think that it's really important for us as an education committee to consider where the different points of view are coming from, and the direct experience of those people speaking to being in the classroom and in school settings with children, and looking at the testimony. Because yesterday, as Representative Roach mentioned, we heard from amazing testimony with folks that have way more experience than even I've had as a teacher for 36 years, that spoke very strongly and talked about how detrimental this would be for our most at-risk students. And I heard over and over again that Chapter 33 exists and it's serving our schools and our children in a really important and safe way. And I just don't understand this huge push for this bill when we have something in place working for kids. And as a new representative, I want to have faith that we can work collaboratively on an education team. And it doesn't feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I believe that we'll have an opportunity with time to review the process and have take a look at how successful a training has been, what's been implemented, what potentially may be implemented, and we'll have an opportunity as a committee and as a legislator to review this before it goes into effect again. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand the idea behind this and that pushing this down the road a couple of years gives some time. But it doesn't make logical sense if you're going to remove tools from people that they may need to use. That makes no sense. Let's fix it before we pass legislation to change it. So I just don't understand. The logic behind this is missing me for some reason.
Well, actually, Representative Sampson, I believe that we're hopefully this time will offer us an opportunity to give people more tools, and then we will be able to reassess and take a look at it as legislators. We can do that as a committee. Representative Lyman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear you've mentioned a few times about this idea of further training, and I feel like myself and maybe others that have spoken have not represented to those of us on this committee, as well as others that are worried about this, that there isn't training. The training that is going on in schools and specialty schools, it's numerous, it's ongoing. What going to restraint of seclusion is a very rare thing that occurs. And this perception or this idea that people aren't being trained it's incorrect. They are being trained. So I'm hearing you guys suggest that in 2 years, there will be more training. There's more training going on as we speak in the schools right now. So again, I get really concerned when what's happening in the educational world for the safety of our at-risk children is misrepresented. I don't understand what you guys are saying about more training. It just seems like it's being pushed back, this idea of seclusion and restraint, which we've heard numerous people talk about how it's necessary to be there. And you're saying, and others here are saying, well, in 2 years, we get more training. We're going to be doing so much more training over this 2-year period that has everything to do, I think, with what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Thank you again, Senator Rafferty. And I understand what you said about, like, we're going to talk about it and get out, I'd rather see the bill tabled or gone away, be honest with you, and then re-look at it. But the idea that what you said was educators are disagreeing on this, I would debate with you that the educators that are in buildings are not disagreeing. They're all, every email I've gotten, and I'm not exaggerating, has been, please defeat this bill, get rid of this bill. And it's been from teachers, special ed directors, superintendents, and parents. I've got nothing from anyone else telling me why this bill is good. And the only people that get on here are people that are not in buildings. They're not in the public education, sitting there daily, 185 days a year, working with these kids. They're not those people. And I don't get why we don't listen to those people. Those are the people you need to listen to.
Well, I have received many of those same messages and calls that you have, sir, and I am listening. And I think that that's why we've seen a number of amendments made, and we're trying to work forward. I am going to Seeing no hands, I'm going to ask for a motion at this time.
Representative Brennan.
Representative
has
Brent,
his hand up.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Could I ask Ms. Risler to restate the motion, the proposed amendment?
Yes.
Would you like me to bring it back up on the screen?
That would be fine. Yes.
All right, so the motion would include what's in front of you here, including that the prohibition on seclusion would not begin until September of 2023. It would remove the provision about physical restraint that interferes with the student's ability to communicate. It would, I believe that was actually removed in the previous review of this. And then it would make the Department of Education rules on restraint and seclusion major substantive rules.
Okay. Thank you. And if we went back, thank you. So Senator Rafferty, what I'd like to do is second the motion, or has Senator Representative Millette formally made a motion?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Then I'll withdraw my second at this particular point. I just want to make a couple of quick comments. I really appreciate and respect the amendment that Representative Millette has put forward. It does put a 2-year delay, but it also makes the rules major substantive, which means that it does go to rulemaking. There's a public hearing process. People will be able to participate in the public hearing process, and it'll come back for a review by the legislature next year. So I think it provides ample opportunity for all those interested parties that have been cited by Representative Roach, Representative Lyman, and Representative Sampson to be part of the discussion. And secondly, just quickly and briefly, I did teach special education at Portland High School in the late 70s. And one day I said to a student, could you go up to the second floor of the library and get a book? And he looked at me and he said, we're not allowed on the second floor of this building by ourselves. I then asked the students in the class, who at least half of them were 18 years old and set to graduate. I said, how many of you have been in the library at Portland High School? Not one of them in the 3 years that they had been in the high school had been in the high school library, because they were prohibited from going in the library by themselves because they were special education students. That was accepted practice at the time. That was sanctioned by the principal, by the administration, because that was our understanding of special education students in the late 70s. And our understanding of practice and our understanding of intervention, our understanding of medication has changed dramatically in the last 30 to 40 years. And our understanding of how to assist students and work with students has changed dramatically. And I believe that Representative Millette's proposal to end seclusion with the next 2 years reflects best practices, reflects the research, and reflects what we understand now about working with children that have special needs. So I hope that Representative Millette will make her motion so that I can second it and that we can move forward.
Representative Sampson had her hand up.
Thank you, sir.
Followed
I would
by
like to have a
Representative
corner
Muller.
caucus, please.
I'm sorry?
I would like to have a corner caucus, please.
Sure. Why don't we do the same?
Okay. Hillary. Can I call you now about, was it 278?
Sure, as long as the committee is not meeting. If the committee is going to start
Well, they're
meeting,
coming
then
back, so. But I do have an amendment for 278 that is based on what you and I had spoken about.
okay.
But
All set? Representative Crockett, can you hear me? Oh, you have it.
I hear you.
I see. Representative Roach.
Thank you again, Senator Rafferty. I have two things I'd just say. This is an emotional bill for all of us, and it's very emotional for those of us who are in school about this bill. And I appreciate what Representative Brennan said, that story is true. It has been that, you know, things evolve. How special ed, you know, it used to be they were all in another room, and you know, that now we've kind of tried to do inclusion. We've learned a lot about how to deal with these kids. And I agree with you that things we do need to listen to the educators. And I believe that's what we're doing because every educator that I've dealt with has said this bill needs to die. It needs to go away. And I'm pleading that this bill just die and then work on it and come back another time with it if that's what but I think this bill needs to die and die today. Thank you.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. I agree with Representative Roach. Good intentions. But, you know, at some point, we have to use a little common sense. And I have to go back to my coaching days when, you know, you start out on a mission and it doesn't work. And then so many times you try so many different alternative routes to not back down. And at some point, you have to stand up and say, okay, you know, we went down the wrong path. And I think this bill is on the wrong path. I have gotten more emails and telephone calls and thank yous from parents and educators in the field thanking me for standing up for the kids, not the adults, the kids. And so I cannot support this bill. I mean, it's just, I don't know, I get so frustrated when think like an individual, will you? That's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Senator Rafferty, I would make the motion ought to pass on LD 1373 as amended by the amendment that was presented by Representative Millett earlier today and as shown by our staff analyst and shared with the committee.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. I see Senator Woodson, you have a hand up, sir.
No, I didn't lower it. I apologize.
That's okay. All right, seeing no hand, Representative Roach.
I guess because I have so much skin in this game, I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's okay to not vote with your party. It's okay to come out and listen to people. It's okay to do that. We've done it every step of the way. it's okay. You don't, yeah, you might get spanked in the back room later on or whatever happens to you, but it's not that bad. Please listen to the teachers, please, and the parents and the kids.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak up just to make it clear that however I vote, whether it's today or any other day, I vote because I think it's the right thing to do. I listen to the teachers and the educators on any of the bills that we have, and any bills even outside of the education. And this has been a very difficult bill, hearing all these stories and hearing all of these things. You know, I am not a special education educator. I'm not an educator at all. But I worked with the Special Olympics for a long time, so I have a very minute experience with some of these students. And this is really passionate, and I appreciate your passion, Representative Roach and Representative Lyman. I really do, and I understand where you're coming from. But I'm trying to look at this from both sides of it, and I'm comfortable with the fact that I will be voting in favor, ought to pass as amended. It has nothing to do with my party. This is my belief that we can come back and we can offer some more specialized training so that we can eventually get to a place where seclusion is not something that happens in educational settings. And that's why I'll be voting this way.
Thank you. Representative Lyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just gonna finally let this go because I don't see us impacting change and thinking, but in having a conversation with the governor yesterday, I think she was really trying to encourage me to reach out to everyone in our committee and to have faith that this wouldn't be a completely party split vote. And she shared, you know, a question coming up about what is it that this bill is offering that changes from chapter 33, which is the ban on seclusion. But I do appreciate Representative Roach speaking as firmly as he did, because I think that's what I'm praying, that we are thinking individually and independently. And Representative Salisbury, I heard what you said, but I think if we take a look at our record as an education committee, how our votes fall out reflects something that's concerning and alarming to me. So I will let this go, but I just, you know, in having what I thought was a meaningful conversation yesterday, actually many of them, I was really thinking that maybe we would be doing something different. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, I'm gonna move the vote. There's no more hands up or questions. So if you would be kind enough, please, sir, to call the roll. And the motion was ought to pass as amended. And that's what you'll be asked to vote on.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
I just want to quickly say, I lived with a 20-year special ed teacher. And although maybe this bill isn't perfect, it is a step in the proper direction. Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns not with us. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach.
No.
Representative Roach votes no. All right, Senator. So we have 7 members in favor of the motion and 4 opposed. And the minority report, please.
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I'm going to close the session on 1373 and open that on LD 278, which we've heard, but had been tabled. And Ms. Risler wanted to do an analysis of 518 as there are some similarities. So, Ms. Risler, if you would.
All right, so do you want me to start up on 518 at this point? Or do you want me to address 278?
Why don't you start with 518 and we'll just take a quick review of the 78. Thank you.
Sure. All right, so LD 518 is a resolve directing the Department of Education to review and assess existing educational mandates. The resolve directs the Department of Education to review all current educational mandates imposed by the state and the process by which educational mandates are established. It requires the Department of Education to submit a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs no later than January 1st of 2022 with a list of all educational mandates and recommendations on educational mandates and improvements for the process by which educational mandates are established. The Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs may submit legislation on the subject of the report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. After the public hearing, the sponsor emailed the committee suggesting some amendments. First, she identified something that I was going to raise for the committee, which is changing the use of educational mandate to either curricular mandate or mandated instruction and training. As this committee is well aware, when we talk mandates, when in the education world, there are a lot of different kind of mandates, whether they be the constitutional unfunded state mandates or whether mandates on schools. So she wanted to clarify that she meant the mandated instruction and training. And she also indicated an intent to further specify the pre-K through 12 grade range. She also suggested an additional lettered item in section 2 regarding the mandate's impact on learning standards in Maine, including the Maine System of Learning Results, which is under 6209, and Maine's Early Learning Development Standards. And she also suggests removing or amending section 2 of the bill having to do with the process by which mandates are established. And that relates to what the committee wants to do on LD 278. Which is why I suggested to the chairs that these bills be considered in tandem with one another. Very briefly, proponents of the bill testified that the goal of this review is to identify those mandates and statutes that the committee could consider removing or changing, and for the Department of Education to make recommendations and improvements to the process of establishing new curricular mandates. They also testified that there must be a better process for reviewing and considering educational mandates related to curriculum and instruction. There was some testimony neither for nor against general opposition to educational mandates, but concern over not sure how effective this kind of mandate review would be, that they've done previously, but have not discouraged legislation mandating curriculum. And again, there was some support for LD 278, which this committee heard earlier this session and which called for establishing a stakeholder review committee to consider mandates when they are first introduced to the legislature. So issues for consideration, as I mentioned, there are a lot of different mandates that the committee can receive. And as you heard from the sponsor, her intent was regarding these mandated instruction and training. The Department of Education submitted some testimony differentiating the standards from curriculum and going over a 13-step content area review process. I did provide a link to that there, as well as a preliminary fiscal impact statement. One thing I think is helpful when we talk some of the vocabulary, when we're talking about curriculum and when we're talking about education mandates or curricular mandates, it's important to remember that obviously the committee, the legislature as a whole can enact mandated courses. A lot of that was talked about yesterday in the bills you had about mandating certain instruction. Then there is also the Maine System of Learning Results, which sets the standards by the department rule. When you're talking about curriculum, you're typically actually talking about the curriculum that is set at the local level by the school boards. And that is why I would suggest going with the mandated instruction and training terminology rather than the curriculum mandate terminology, simply because that curriculum usually refers to what's actually being said at the local level as opposed to the state level, which would be through legislation or through rule. So that is briefly on LD 518. LD 278, just very briefly for the committee's memory, refresher recollection on. This was a bill that actually came out in the 129th, and that Representative Brennan reintroduced this session. And that bill had to do with creating a standing review committee for proposed legislation, whereby the committee would hear a public hearing on a mandated instruction bill. It would then be referred to the department to assess where it fit in with the learning standards and anywhere else in statute, and report back to the committee. And I'm happy to pull that bill up at any point if the committee needs me to.
Thank you. Any questions, folks? Thank you very much, Hillary. Any questions of Hillary at this time relative to either 518 or 278? I saw Representative Dodge, followed by Senator Woodson and Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Risler. Could you please help me not to have to sift through my notes about 278 and the procedure or the timing that the department would use in inserting the new mandates? Did it specify that this would be done at the regular curriculum review time, or that it would happen? Is that routine technical? Oh, dear Lord. And my English teachers are rolling over in their grave.
Okay, I think I understand what you're getting at. So as you know, there's always sort of concern when you are directing the Department of Education to review legislation that there's timing related to the legislation itself, because of course bills cannot be carried over from one legislature to another legislature, et cetera. So that review process, the date by which the department would have to report back to the committee, I believe would have been established by the committee at the time that they asked for the review, if they asked for one, so that they could be specific enough to have a report back in time to do something with the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, sir. I think both these bills have a great deal of merit. Hillary, there seem to be several areas of 518 that maybe needed clarification or rewording. Did I hear you right in what I'm saying here?
Yeah, so I think the only thing that really needs clarification is this terminology of the bill currently uses educational mandates. And I think the suggestion would be to use the terminology mandated instruction or training.
Okay, so we don't have to spend a half an hour here discussing language and stuff. So after Representative Brennan speaks, I'd like to make a motion not to pass.
For that purpose, well, I'd like to go, well, I guess it doesn't matter, but LD, just numerically, LD 278 and then 518, if that makes sense to folks. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator Woodson. I would at this point like to offer an amendment to LD 278, given the fact that we're in mid-May in the legislative session, and this review process obviously would not be used during this legislative session. So what I'd like to do is offer an amendment to turn 278 into resolve, directing the Department of Education in consultation with appropriate stakeholders to develop a process for reviewing mandate curriculums, and that they would develop and recommend a process to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs to review curriculum mandates as proposed to the legislature. The report back will be January 15, 2022, and the committee will have the authority to report out a bill based on those recommendations. So just for the benefit of the committee and for Senator Woodson, is just taking a step back at this point, and rather than passing 278 as is, which would give the committee the option to send curriculum mandate bills for review. This would simply ask the department to define what that review would look like, and what the process would be, what the timeline would be, and work with the stakeholders to develop that process and make a recommendation to us for next session. And then if the committee so choose, we could adopt that those recommendations or modify those recommendations going forward. But I do believe that we should have in place a process on an ongoing basis to review curriculum mandates as they're presented to the legislature. And other committees have similar process whereby they review mandates and then make recommendations to the legislature. And I think just separating this out from 518, if we then were to act favorably on 518, that would simultaneously have the department reviewing current curriculum mandates. And then if we had 278, it would provide a process for us going forward in the future. So that is my proposed amendment to 278.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, would you like to make a motion relative to LD 278, sir?
Yes, I agree with Representative Brennan on both bills, but I will make a motion that LD 278 passes as amended.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Representative Crockett, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask Sam, please, to make call a roll, I'm sorry, on relative to Senator Woodson's motion ought to pass as amended on LD 278.
Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray? Oh, not there. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stern still not with us. Representative Sampson? Try again. Representative Lyman? Not there. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. And Representative Sampson or Representative Lyman, are you there? Okay. All right, Senator. So it is unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Sam. And I had five people missing. Thank you very much. Moving on to LD 518, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I see that the bill sponsor is in the waiting room, and I wondered if prior to my making a motion ought to pass, if Representative Grahowski would like to make any sort of comments, please. Thank you.
Sure. Yes. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, members of the Education Committee. Thank you for having me over, and I apologize I missed part of Mr. Slur's analysis, but I appreciate the conversation I've heard that it seems that the committee is interested in this. The only thing I would want to clarify, just which may have come up in the analysis, and I was in EUT, so my apologies. I did hear the change of the language to mandated instruction or training. I think that's great. The department had suggested we further specify the pre-K through 12 grade range. And they also suggested adding another lettered item in section 2, number 1, which is probably in the analysis, I would guess, but it would read the mandate's impact on learning standards in Maine, including Maine's system of learning results and Maine's early learning and development standards. And then I believe that because of your favorable vote on 278, that we would remove section 2, number 3. And I presume that's all stuff that you mentioned, but I just wanted to make sure that that was my view of how we can move forward with the input from the public hearing. And hopefully, if you have questions, let me know. And my apologies if it was all a duplication of what was already said.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
May I make a motion at this time, Mr. Chair?
You may.
I would like to move that LD 518 pass as amended, please.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. That was seconded by Senator Woodson. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I am going to ask Sam if you would be kind enough, please, to call the roll for a vote on the motion to ought to pass as amended.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray still on. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson? Representative Lyman? And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion. 8-0.
Again, thank you, Sam, very much. And appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Rizla, for the analysis on both. And I believe next up, close that session and open LD 414, which had been tabled. Ms. Rizler, do you have any updates for us on that before we?
Yes, so
Thank you.
sure. So LD 414 is, let me pull it up. Is an act to create parity between private schools and public schools regarding career and technical education tuition rates. And the committee may recall from when this bill was last worked that you had asked the sponsor and Mr. Walker and the town academies to work with the department to see if they could come to an agreement. I did forward the committee emails from Mr. Walker and from Ms. J.C. Holmes and from the department that they did meet a number of times. Mr. Walker had presented an amendment, however, the department had some additional concerns, and so that is where we stand. And I do see that Mr. Walker is available in the attendee room, and although I don't see anyone from the department, I suspect we can get someone here if the committee wants to hear from both of them.
Thank you for that, Hillary. Does anyone have any questions of Hillary at this time? Any discussion? We have folks available as needed. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would be helpful, I think, at this point. Do we have representatives from the department and Mr. Walker available as well?
We currently just have Mr. Walker representative, but I'll go ahead and send the department the link right now.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. And I'd like to ask a couple questions of Mr. Walker if I could.
Yeah, we'll wait for him to come in. Good morning.
Good morning. I feel very Star Trek whenever I get teleported into these meetings. It feels very.
Well, good morning, Mr. Walker. My question at the public hearing, there was a suggestion, and I know that you pursued it with the Department of Education, having several discussions to see if there was some common ground on 414, or that there might be some language that's suggested for how we might move forward. And at this point, we've gotten conflicting reports back from the Department of Education as well as from yourself. And so it's very difficult for us to move forward on 414, given the fact that there does not seem to be a common ground between the department and yourself at this point. Could you respond to that?
Yes, thank you. Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, members of the Education Committee. I'm Dan Walker. I represent the Maine Association of Independent Schools. To be honest, the fact that we don't have agreement with the department is news to me, to be totally honest. We met on several occasions. We had a lot of language go back and forth. We met early on. I think our first meeting was on on April 8th. On the afternoon of April 8th, following our meeting, Joanne Allen forwarded to me the sections of the CTE statute that should be amended. We amended those exact statutes that she forwarded to me. And then we went back and forth on the language as you saw it. We had a couple issues with the language. We immediately went in and tweaked them. One of the issues was that the department was concerned that there were some arrangements between public schools and school choice towns, and they wanted to preserve those arrangements. I think there was one in particular in Washington County. So we tweaked the bill, so we made it only applicable so that section 5809 would only be and that's the section that requires when a tuition student goes to a CTE school that the academy give back the third of tuition. That we made that only applicable to public schools at the request of the department. And so the only outstanding concern posed to us from the department at the conclusion of this was they were a little concerned with the fact that that there was going to be this, I guess hit is probably too big of a word, but that for local school budgets that in this next year, they were going to have to pay the full tuition for students at the independent schools that were going to CTE. That was it. And so that email that I have reviewed from the department was out of the blue, to be honest. And I think it maybe there was a disconnect within the department, because with Joanne Allen, there was one issue that she felt like I was taking out a complete section when I was not touching that section. I was just removing it from the amendments so it would appear. So, I would love to hear from the department of what the issue is, because we did exactly what we suggested. And let me just then explain what we did. We basically said that for independent schools, mainly town academies that receive tuition students, that they would, when they send students to a CTE, they would not have to give up a third of the tuition. Just like when you have a student at a public school who's not a tuition student, a student goes at a public school who then goes to a CTE, that student just goes to the CTE and they don't have to change anything within the public school budget. So we changed that to reflect that. And then as a result of that, I think as a suggestion by Representative Brennan, we wanted to make sure that as part of that, if there were beyond, so as we've learned, CTEs are fully funded or almost fully funded in the predominant amount of times, fully funded by EPS. So in those situations where they didn't get full funding and there was going to have to be local share, that the town academies, the independent schools would share in that equitably. And that's the language that we included. So I will be quiet now, but that's my explanation of the last month or of discussions with the DOE.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have-
Thank you.
Representative Salisbury has a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am concerned. I hope that someone from the Department of Education can come in and clarify, because it definitely seems like there's a lot of disconnect there that maybe, or maybe not, but maybe we just need to clarify that. I'm wondering, is it possible in the meantime if Jeremy Ray, who's in the waiting room, can come in?
He was not part of those discussions.
Yeah.
So, and the only, let me, if I could add, the only response that we got from the department when I sent to the chairs of the committee and to Hillary, the language that would seem to be agreed upon was "thank you" with an exclamation point. So
it'll be good to have that. We can
Thank
figure
you.
out what the confusion is.
Thank you. Is there, Hillary, you have your hand up. I'm sorry. Usually
I just wanted to mention that both JC Holmes and Joanne Allen from the Department of Education are now available in the waiting room.
Thank you. If we could have them come in, and I think it was Joanne that was involved directly, but it could be both. Good morning.
Good morning.
Not sure if you folks were privy to the conversation that was taking place, but we're just trying to clarify and confirm that your discussions and with Mr. Walker have you feel like they've been concluded to the degree that we were looking for, and other outstanding concerns?
They are concluded, yes, to the degree that we can find some common ground. The remaining concern for me at the department is that we have to pay attention to the impact to all school administrative units and all schools. And what this will do is for those school administrative units that pay to a private school, this will take them from paying a reduced tuition rate to paying a full tuition rate in 1 year. So there's going to be an impact on the local share. The language revisions that we made don't address that. The private schools will contribute to the cost of CTE as it shows in the amended language. And I would let Mr. Walker explain that a bit more. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But there's still going to be a difference in cost. And I know that Mr. Ray has calculated that in his own budget. So that those are my concerns.
Thank you. Any questions of the department folks from anyone? Senator Woodson?
Yes, thank you. Joanne, the concern on local administrative schools, the impact on them, is this for 1 year or is it continuous, or how does that work?
So that would be going forward. That would be a continuous change until such time statute changed it again. Now, the language amendment that you do see in front of you retains the ability for public schools who have agreements with other public schools. So let's say, I don't know, Machias has a CTE center and they have other schools that send to them. This language retains the ability for them to negotiate a lower rate. They, many of those have lower rates in process now. So this language does retain that ability. It only changes the ability for those school administrative units sending to private schools to be charged the full rate.
Okay, so the private schools chipping in for the additional EPS shortfalls does not address the issue you've just brought up.
Well, so what it would do, the public schools will, and Dan may want to speak to this, will pay instead of let's say Saco paying the assessment to the Biddeford Center, Thornton will pay it. Is that right, Dan? Am I being accurate in that statement?
Can you repeat that one more time?
So instead of, let's say Saco were charged a reduced rate for attending Thornton, or I'm sorry, the full rate. And then the Biddeford Center said we need to assess some CTE costs. Thornton would pay those CTE costs.
Yeah, they would
Right.
they'd be part of the general per pupil extra cost that would go into it that would be fairly assessed between the different communities.
Okay, so my question is, does that resolve other administrative school districts losing money?
It would depend on if the CTE assessment were comparable to the increase in the tuition rate. And that's where you would need to hear from those school administrative units with those budgets.
Well, and I think if I may add there, I mean, I think the whole idea is that they would not be comparable. The town academies are losing tremendous amounts of funding as a result of this. For example, I think Erskine Academy and head of school Jeff Burrows is welcome to he's has some things to add to this as well. But I think they have 63 CTE students going, and that's going to be a tremendous hit for them. And so, I mean, I think that this section 5809 is left over from a time that this is how CTEs were paid for. This is not how CTEs are paid for now. And the fact that this is still out there is just, it's like a residual tail. Like it shouldn't even be there anymore.
Well, my concern is obviously I want a fair playing field for everybody here, and I'm glad that private schools have come up with an agreement. But Joanne raises another issue. I need to, in my mind, we fix one thing. Are we causing problems for other areas? And if we are, how do we go about fixing that?
Well, Senator Woodson, if I may add to that, why aren't we fixing this for public? Why do a student going to a public school who then goes to a CTE, why aren't their revenue costs taken away from that public school because that student is then going to a CTE? They're not there, just the arguments. So why shouldn't a town academy who is funded primarily from tuition dollars, why is that fair that they have to lose a third of their tuition when a student goes to when that student goes to a CTE for a period of time? It seems like a leftover issue that's not fair anymore. And to your point, I think that these dollars, they're not being used to fund CTEs. It's a local budget decision, and they're paying for these students to go to the town academy, and this is how much it costs. This is what the tuition costs.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
But how do we fix both issues? Okay. I don't know if this bill does it. That's so I'm looking for help from you, Joanne, and my fellow committee members. So I'll sign off here.
Senator, I have the same feelings, but Representative Crockett followed by Representative Millett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Rissler sent us a letter from Mr. Walker and an email. and also one from Ms. Holmes. I'm excited Ms. Holmes was able to join us. I didn't know if you could maybe bring some clarity around the differences in those two emails and where we are at this moment.
Certainly, as Joanne indicated, we did have 3 different meetings with Mr. Walker and some of the representatives of the private schools. We did talk about adjusting 5809 to include public schools receiving tuition, and we talked about cost sharing agreements. What I was surprised was when we got the copy of the amendment, and it was addressing the CTE Centers Advisory Committees and the CTE's cooperative boards, and reflecting membership on those boards. That was not a part of our discussion. Cost sharing agreements were, but not membership on boards.
Thank you very much for that.
May I address that real quickly?
I'm just going to go to Representative Millette, please.
Okay, I was just going to on that point. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allen, do CTEs, all CTEs receive funding the same way across the state of Maine, or are there 2 different processes? One through EPS and one through assessments by a CTE onto sending districts?
So just like EPS or non-CTE, there's an EPS calculation of the of a recommended amount. And some schools need more money over that, so they will raise an additional local share, just like we do with non-CTEs. So there's a handful of CTE centers and regions that are raising some additional local money. Part of that is because we're not fully phased into the new EPS model for CTE, and MEPRI is looking at that this summer to make some recommendations on some of the problems with it. So I'm hopeful that as we move into the last transition year in statute, which is next year, FY23, that we will have a more robust model and eliminate some of those additional local amounts. However, some will still remain for things like local only debt and things that are outside the essential programs and services model.
So there are some districts that are being assessed for additional costs by CTEs.
Correct.
Thank you.
Can I respond? So I think our point was that we would share.
Well, yes. I'm just trying to get a clarification, and you'll have an opportunity to respond. You're all set with that, Representative Millette? From my own end.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. From my own end, I need a clarification because I am in one of these districts, and I want to know if it's going to cost me more money or less money. But I have RSU 21. I have a student from Arundel has the choice of going to Thornton Academy. The child decides once at Thornton, they want to go to Biddeford Vocational Center. Is that going to cost Kennebunk more money or less money?
So do you want me to respond to that?
If you can answer that,
yes.
Whoever has the knowledge of doing so, sure.
So it will cost Kennebunk slightly more. It will cost because that a third of the tuition will remain with Thornton, and then Thornton will then share in the costs, any extra costs of the district for sending students to that CTE.
Thank you. Representative.
And I think that's been, we were not hiding from the fact that it is, it's just these schools need the full tuition to operate effectively and to incentivize these students to go.
Thank you. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. So I guess, I mean, part of my question about this is that In the discussion, there was the breakdown of the 75% and 25%. And that seemed arbitrary, and nobody was able to say why 75%, 25% cost sharing had been put into place.
Do you mean
and that's where
sorry, you mean 2/3, 1/3?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
75, right. The 75, 25, 2/3, 1/3. But that breakdown seemed to be arbitrary, and nobody could tie that metric to cost. And so that's where it seemed that if there was some discussion, an opportunity for the districts to negotiate what that cost sharing arrangement would look like, that might make sense. But then we heard from the department that could potentially have ripple effects because there were other agreements that were different than Thornton Academy and Saco that could be disrupted. And that's why I was hoping that in the conversation, that issue could be addressed. But if I ask Ms. Holmes and Ms. Allen, if the section or the part in the reference about representation on the CTE boards, if that were dropped, would that have your concerns about the amendment addressed?
That still doesn't eliminate the concern of the school administrative units that are now paying 2/3 tuition, moving to full tuition in a year. That's still a local cost.
And we would be willing to, I mean, if that's okay, I mean, we just felt like if the town academies were paying a portion of the costs that were determined in these cost sharing agreements, determined as part of these boards, that it would only be fair for them to be a part of them. If that's holding this back, we don't need that. We can step back from that. We didn't quite realize that was a sticking point for the department. But as Joanne said, she said right along that they do have this concern about local budgets, and I think that it's definitely a policy determination, and we just feel like those funds should be going to fund these schools.
I'm not sure if that language is a concern. We would need some input from CTE directors about the membership on local boards. I don't have any insight into that, so.
Salisbury, followed by Representative Crockett.
I think Representative Crockett had his hand up first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Salisbury. Just a point of clarity. Are we talking only about the 10 60/40 schools?
No.
At this point, that would be receiving the full amount and not additional?
It would not necessarily. It would be any independent school that receives a tuition student.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request again if Mr. Ray was able to come into the room. Not that I want anyone else, J.C. Holmes or Joanne Allen or Dan Walker, but if he could be here as well.
Sure. Do you have a specific question for him?
Yeah, I just want to go over again, like the examples that he shared with us before.
Thank you.
About the impact that it would be. His district is a little bit different than some other districts. So I just want to hear from him again about that.
Thank you. Is he available, Sam?
Yes, Senator. Coming in now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me in, Sue.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question.
Not sure exactly if you've been able to hear everything. You did. Okay. So you understand the request that Representative Salisbury had?
Yes, and Senator Rafferty, to answer your question, the additional assessment for RSU 21 would be $59,140 as supplied by the superintendent of schools in Kennebunk.
Thank you for that. And
Do you want me to ask my question? So Mr. Ray, can you talk, your district is a little bit different than some of the other school districts. What are your feelings about this amendment, and how would that impact your district?
Well, I think speaking as the superintendent in Dayton, and I am the superintendent for Biddeford schools, Dayton schools, and Saco schools at this time. But speaking as the superintendent in Dayton, this has a huge impact for us because we send students obviously to independent schools and public schools. And currently in our budget, because of the 2/3 tuition, this would add $68,000 to a small community that doesn't have business, doesn't have a huge mill rate, which would impact the mill rate by well over 40 cents. In addition to my community, Sue, I sent a survey to superintendents around the state who deal with this situation, and in a few days' time, collectively the number on tuition payments to local taxpayers would be changed by approximately $1.3 million. Many of these are small communities, obviously, that don't have high schools and have locally negotiated contracts. And I feel like that's a situation where this could go, is that this could be a contract while there's a law that supports that. These agreements could be worked out locally, as in the agreement that we have in Dayton. It specifies that for vocational students, we will pay 2/3 tuition. In another community where I'm superintendent, there is not that same thing in the contract. Thus, local control could be made in these situations.
thank you, sir. Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Mr. Ray, so you mentioned local contracts. Are they able to do that now or not able to do that now under the current laws?
So in a current contract, independent schools and the towns, they negotiate a contract as up to MAT. I know that in some situations there have been certain schools who have agreed to pay over MAT in exchange for certain items. And I know that in talking with a superintendent in the Mid-Coast area, some of the independent schools had asked the towns for an additional amount of subsidy above and beyond, which again, all could be done on a local situation with the law remaining in effect. As a public school, I am following the law as we accept kids from Dayton as well, and they get 2/3 tuition to come to the Biddeford schools, go to the vocational center. They are treated exactly the same, and I do not get the full tuition as a public school. I question why we would have different rules for tuition payments in those situations.
Okay, thank you. If nobody else has a question for Mr. Ray, I'd like to, I don't know if Headmaster Ray Menard from Thornton is in waiting room.
Rely on Sam for that.
Yeah, yes, senators. Yeah, he's available.
And you need some clarification, sir?
Well, I'd just like to get his understanding of what we've been discussing here and my concern for the overall impact on schools, public schools. I mean, this 1.3 million impact, if accurate, is a concern.
Thank you. And I think he's probably transitioning. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the committee.
Yes, Mr. Menard, have you been listening to the conversation?
I have.
Okay, thank you. I definitely want some kind of a resolve here on this issue. I understand both sides. My concern is the overall impact throughout the state. What are your thoughts on this whole situation?
Well, that's a good question. I think certainly from our perspective, I think it's important to repeat what Mr. Walker said earlier. I think there's an agreement that the law is outdated. It's really disconnected from funding of CTEs. And at the end of the day, and I'll use this example, if I have 20 students in a history class and 2 of those students decide to go to the Center of Technology, I've just lost $8,000 in tuition revenue, and there's absolutely zero savings. Now that class goes from 20 students to 18 students. I still have all the fixed expenses. I've just lost that revenue outright. And there doesn't seem to be a rationale for that. Now you multiply that not only by 2 students, 3, 4, 20, 60, 100 students, and you're looking at schools like mine and other town academies losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mr. Ray mentioned $68,000 from Dayton. I think it's $59,000 from Arundel. I mean, and so that's equivalent is the loss that just this one school takes. And then you multiply that by other districts. And there's certainly many other independent schools who could tell you that they're losing, $200,000 or $300,000 just to one school alone. And these schools, town academies like us, our primary purpose is to educate these publicly funded students. And there's a cost to that, and there's a cost, unfortunately, to the students. When we lose this revenue, programs and such are have to be reduced. And in my school, the last couple of years, we went through a significant number of layoffs, and that certainly hurts the publicly funded students that we're trying to educate. I think the reality is that all of my students are tuition students. So every single time one of my students, a student who attends Thorne Academy, goes to the CTE, I'm losing approximately $4,000. And that's just unsustainable. We've talked about the fact that, we want to encourage our students to go to the CTE. And so we make all kinds of adjustments with the schedules and staffing, and we want to make sure our students have everything they need in their freshman and sophomore year, their junior year, so they can go over there. And when that happens, we go through all that work, and then we get penalized for that financially. And I don't think that's good public policy. I certainly understand the dilemma on the tax burden, et cetera. But I think it's fair to say that this law really doesn't make any sense. There's no rationale to it. The money doesn't go to CTEs. And as we've said on multiple occasions, there isn't a corresponding impact for the public school. So when a Scarborough High School sends a student to their Center of Technology, Scarborough High School doesn't lose any funding over that. And so we're just asking that simple question: why does it make sense for schools like ours to lose a third of our tuition? And I think that's the dilemma here. I think we're in agreement that this law doesn't make sense. It's not fair. Nobody has been able to articulate why it's fair. But I understand it's a complex issue.
Thank you.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not surprisingly, here we find ourselves in a very challenging conversation around CTE. I think Ms. Allen can appreciate the number of hours that she has spent trying to help this committee, and Ms. Holmes as well, navigate this issue. And I feel as if there are more questions than answers before us as a committee. I am loath to take a vote with this much unanswered questions. So I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, is this a bill we carry over and ask everybody to go back to the drawing room and come back? Or we change this bill to a resolve asking the department to convene a working group and come back with a solution? Because I don't feel like we've arrived there, even after a month's worth of back and forth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. I agree with Representative Millette. I mean, it's, for me, this is a no-win situation. Either way I vote, it's not helping the other side. And I definitely would like to see this thing resolved. And the best way to do that, I'm going to leave it up to more experienced individuals to weigh in. So I'm looking for some help here.
Thank you. And Representative Brennan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Millette and with Senator Woodson. And what I might propose in the short run is that we table the bill and put it on our list of Friday for consideration of carryover bills. And at that point, we can either carry it over or, as Representative Millette suggested, turn it into resolve to have the department work with interested parties and bring something back to us next session. So I think either way would work. If we were to carry the bill over and instruct the department and interested parties to work. But I think at this point, just given our time constraints and where we're going with the discussion, it might be most appropriate to table it and put it on our list for consideration of carryovers on Friday.
Thank you, sir. Any other comment? So, Representative Brennan, then you want to make that, is that an official motion to table?
I will, Senator, I move that we table LD 414 until Friday in our work session, where we'll be considering bills that we will be carrying over for next session.
Second.
It's been seconded, and we'll just need a simple majority, and I'm going to go by the show of hands, please, if you would, in favor of tabling until Friday. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you all. I mean, it's certainly complex, but thank you. Thank you for your work and thank you for your availability. And I will close today's session on LD 414. And believe, unless I've got my, sometimes my paper clips get caught up. We are moving on to LD 633 I have as next, but I think I just put it to the floor. So LD 633, is that correct? Anyone? Did I goof? Where am I? No, I have it, but I lost it. Representative Salisbury and Representative McCray. No, actually 633 was scheduled for last. My apologies. Is that what you were going to remind me?
Yeah.
Thank you. So we're moving on to work session for LD 1188. And this is another bill that had been tabled. And it was an act to include librarians and career and technical education teachers in the minimum 40,000 salary initiative. And I believe that Sam just popped up. Do you want to give us a little bit of review?
Sure. So if the committee recalls, this was a little bit ago, many bills ago. So this is LD 1188, an act to include librarians and career and technical education educators in the minimum for $40,000 salary initiative. So if the committee recalls, there was some discussion over at the initial work session as to whether these two groups of educators were in fact included in the salary initiative. And the committee tasked Representative Millette and myself to go back and have some discussions with the department to clarify what the status quo was and what the bill should be to make sure that both of those groups were in fact included. We did have a conversation with the department, and that conversation clarified that what was really needed in the in the bill was to focus on the career and technical education teachers, and that the school librarians were really all set, that everybody was in agreement that they were very clearly included in the language, but that the statutory language as currently in law is less clear as regards career and technical education teachers. So I do have an amendment that I'm going to pop up on the screen here that is being offered by Representative Millett. And so what this amendment does is it removes the reference to school librarians, but leaves in the career and technical education teachers. And let me just see, I think that's really it. So multiple references throughout, and yep, that is it. We did, oh, so just as a note, there is, we did add language here, which I didn't highlight because it was very shiny all at once. The amendment that did add language requiring that the Department of Education report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs on the status of the salary initiative writ large. So the goal was to have the committee just kind of double check next session to be sure that in fact everybody who should have been included in this initiative was included, and DOE was amenable to this. So the report will include verification that all the professions intended to be included were included, and that if there's any areas of the deficiency, this would give the committee a vehicle to address those deficiencies by reporting out legislation next session. So the committee could then expect this report in time to do that for the second session. So I think that this amendment kind of fills any potential gaps in the initiative and gives DOE time to just double check and cross their T's and dot their I's.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that. And I do see a hand up, Senator Woodson.
Yes, if there's no questions for Sam or further discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Seeing none, sir, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I move ought to pass as amended.
And Representative Crockett.
I would second that motion.
So I have a motion by Senator Woodson ought to pass as amended on LD 1188, seconded by Representative Crockett. Thank you both for that. And any further discussion? Seeing none, I am going to ask Mr. Baker if he would be kind enough to call the roll relative to LD 1188 ought to pass as amended.
Yes, Senator. I'm sorry, I was on the phone there. Does somebody mind just repeating who made the motion and who
Yes.
seconded it?
I have it. So Senator Woodson made a motion on LD 1188 ought to pass as amended.
Okay.
That was seconded by Representative Crockett.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right.
No problem.
All right. So Senator Rafferty.
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millett.
Yes.
Representative Millett votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns, still not with us. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator. So I have 11 in favor of the motion and 1 opposed. And the minority report, Representative Sampson?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that motion carries, and I will close the work session on LD 1188. And thank you, folks. Next up is LD 1412, 1412. And in terms of, it looks like Hillary is up. In terms of the analysis, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's musical chairs with the analyst today. All right. Give me one moment to pull up my bill analysis. All right, so this is LD 1412, which is an act to require the Department of Education to provide information to students, allowing them to make informed choices regarding their education and professional futures. The original bill would require the Department of Education to provide information to students that allows them to make informed decisions about their education and professional future. And this would include a database with the most in-demand jobs in the state, average starting salary and educational requirements of these jobs, the average tuition for the 4 largest public universities and vocational and technical schools in the state, the average monthly student loan payment for obtaining a 4-year degree at a public university and vocational and technical schools, the average starting salary for individuals with 4-year degrees and for those who graduate from vocational and technical schools, and a lot of other additional information, which I skipped through briefly, but I'll circle back to in a moment. Proponents of the bill testified that this bill would help students and their parents be aware of all the options available to the student, from 4-year college to vocation programs and apprenticeships to other routes to well-paying jobs. Having this information available may open up opportunities to students that they did not know existed when it comes to career paths. That the ultimate goal of the bill is to put all of this information in an easy-to-use package so that parents and students can access it so they can make the most informed decisions, and that the bill will support workforce development. The committee did receive some testimony neither for nor against that was written, but specifically from the public higher education, that there was a support for the goal of assuring Maine students have access to information they need in a form that is readily accessible, but had concerns regarding the need for significant technical resources for the higher ed, Department of Labor, and Department of Education to gather, analyze, and synthesize this amount of data. That limiting the list of the 50 most popular college vocational and CTE programs may unduly narrow the options a student is considering, that some of the data would be difficult, if not impossible, to obtain, specifically related to the post-graduation and private loan data, and that if average college costs is included, so should average financial aid information. There's also a note that much of the information that is called to be compiled in this bill is available in other resources, such as the Department of Education's College Scorecard and the Maine Education Attainment Research Navigation System, or Maine EARNS, which, although dated, has the potential to be further developed for use by students and families. So one of the big questions from the committee was what information resources are available out there for guidance counselors, and I did reach out to Bear Shea from the department, who is also part of the Maine Association of School Counselors. I won't read this off for you, but he reached out to many of those in the Maine School Counselors Association, and there was a broad array of resources out there that they identified as using. They also had some concerns that the database might take a long time to create and would depend on job roles dedicating to maintaining it. It's crucial to keep information current, but also that there were some previous Department of Labor platforms that were very helpful, and it's good to have all information in one place. One of the other questions that came up was how this bill might overlap with LD 572. And if the committee remembers, LD 572 was Representative Stearns's bill, which required schools to post a link from the Department of Labor website that had a lot of employment information. The other database that came up and was referenced in Sam Warren's testimony from University of Maine system was the Maine EARNS. And I provided a link for you there. And in terms of trying to identify sort of what information the bill would require and what information is already out there, I did put together a quick side-by-side for the committee. And it basically shows sort of some of the information that this bill would request, where it might already be covered in another database. And with the exception of a lot of the student loan data, a lot of it is covered in these two databases, although, as I mentioned, the Maine EARNS database is dated at the moment. The most recent update appears to have been from 2012 and 2014. So After the public hearing, the sponsor did reach out to me to work on a proposed amendment. I did send that to you as well, and I don't know if Senator Pouliot is available or if the committee would like me to go through that now.
Yes, if you, I would appreciate you doing so, just in
Sure.
impact.
Sure. So this was the proposed amendment that I sent out to the committee on behalf of Senator Pouliot. And doing some background research, the main EARNS database was initially part of the State Employment and Education Outcomes Task Force that has also been inactive for a number of years. And so what this proposed amendment would do, it would replace the bill. It would provide that no later than January 1st of 2022 and biennially thereafter, so every 2 years, that the Department of Labor, in consultation with the Department of Education and the task force, shall update the database that was established, and this is the main EARNS database, by the Education, Employment, and Outcomes Task Force. So this would hopefully bring that data to be more current. The second section of the proposed amendment would require the reappointment and the reconvening of the State Education and Employment Outcomes Task Force. And then the third section would direct that task force to study the updating of and improvements to the educational outcomes database, that the study must include, but is not limited to, methods of ensuring the database contains as current data as possible, ways to add to and improve the database with additional data regarding vocational schools, student loan information, financial aid awards, student loan default rates, incorporation of data available in other publicly available state or national databases, best practices from other states, and any other information that would inform a prospective student. That task force currently statutorily has a annual report, which has a report back date of November 1st, although the committee has not received reports from them recently because they have been inactive. But this would align with that report back date for November 1st of 2022, and that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs may report out a bill related to that report to the first regular session of the 131st legislature.
Any questions, folks, of Hillary? Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Hillary, so I think, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but I think this originated back in 2014 and has sort of fallen off the radar. And I think the Honorable Justin Elfon originated the bill. So basically, it hasn't been updated. It hasn't been followed. Is that what you're saying?
I'm muted, sorry about that. That's my understanding. I don't know specifically on the database whether there has been any work. I know that when you go onto the database, it says that the data there is from 2012, 2014, which sort of aligns to when that task force was initially convened. And I know that that task force has not met since.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, if I may continue.
Yes.
I think this is an important area, especially going forward for our students and parents. But as the original bill is written, it was very cumbersome. I like the amendment. Is the Representative Pouliot available to speak to it?
I believe he is, sir, yes.
Could we have him come in and speak to the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, he is here. Representative Pouliot, can you hear us?
Sure. Good. Now, yeah, still morning. Great to be here with you. I'll always be a representative, no matter how long I serve in the Senate. I think Representative Daughtry, actually Senator Daughtry, shares that too. Good morning. I did work very closely with Representative Stearns and Ms. Risler, who is a rock star, by the way, to come up with something that I, feel is still a reasonable path forward that doesn't require something to be, this to be overly onerous. The real genesis of this bill has always just been really about students' right to know and make informed decisions. And that's impossible to do without access to good data. And in the world that we live in, it can be dangerous to just leave people to Google to try to find correct information. I think we as government owe it to them to work to be good stewards of that information and provide access to it. So that's really what this is about. It's bringing back to life something that was supported in bipartisan fashion in a previous legislative session back when I was in fact a representative. And I think on an ongoing basis would provide an update to this so that it's relevant. We heard from the guidance counselor community that they'd love to have a resource like this if they could have full faith that it was relevant. And I think that by updating that on a biannual basis, we can be sure that happens.
Thank you. And just for clarification, in terms of the updating, would that be the department's responsibility?
It'd really be a function of the task force moving forward. Frankly, I would support a position within DOE or DOL to be working on this. I mean, if we're asking, tens of thousands of Maine students to make decisions, based on what they're going to be doing with their future, be it entering the workforce, going to a career, to a community college, or working on maybe a 4-year baccalaureate. I think it's probably the smallest investment we could make as a state to make sure that they're making informed decisions moving forward. So, and this isn't to say that, my sister actually just became a guidance counselor at the Topsom School just last week. She's really excited about it. This isn't to say that the Maine's guidance counselors aren't capable of helping navigate or students navigate. I'm just saying that I don't think that there's really good, robust access to this information on a statewide scale, and having this in place is going to help ensure that is equitably distributed across the state.
Thank you, sir. Senator Daughtry and Representative Woodsum, and I'm sorry, Senator Daughtry, Representative Millett, and then Senator Woodsum. It's Representative Senator stuff.
And thank you, eternally Representative Pouliot, for bringing forward this amendment. I think it does, I think you've heard from this committee and from others, the draft initially as drafted was not necessarily ready for prime time. So I'm excited to see this. And also, we know how many different aspects of student debt and college completion. We have great things on the books, but don't necessarily have them active or funded or moving forward. So I think, like you said, this is an excellent way to move that forward. And whenever the chair is ready, I'd love to make a motion if you're ready at this time.
Thank you. We'll give opportunity for a question from Representative Millett. And we'll come back to you for certain.
Sounds good.
Representative Millett.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually raising my hand to make a motion, so I would ask that I could be the second, because I have sat with Senator Pouliot on many bills and many conversations around workforce development, higher education affordability, you name it. And I think I'm really pleased that we're going to kickstart this again and make this information available. So I would love to be the seconder.
Senator Woodsum, you have a question, sir?
Well, I thought I did, but as I look at my notes here, I'm looking at the wrong bill. So no, I don't.
Okay. I do have Senator Daughtry.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move ought to pass as amended on LD 1412. And please tell me I get the numbers right on that.
You do have the numbers on that, and thank you.
Second.
Representative Millett with a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I would ask that Mr. Baker, if you would be so kind as to call a roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 1412.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan. Oh, you're muted, Representative.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stern, still not with us. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion, 12-0.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you. Thank you very much. Sam, thank you. And Senator Pouliot, thank you very much for joining us today and bringing this bill forward.
Much more fun than the tax committee. Miss you all. Have a great day. Thank you.
You as well. Let's see. So we got that. So the session on LD 1412 is closed, and I have 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next up is LD 1512. And if I have them right, yes.
This is LD 1512, which
Thank
is
you
an
very
act to create the Office of the Education Ombudsman and to establish a commission to study the creation of a reporting and response system to assist public schools in addressing incidents of bias, discrimination, and harassment. This bill creates the Office of the Education Ombudsman within the Executive Department, which serves as an information resource and complaint facilitator for parents and students in the state's public school system. The Education Ombudsman also consults and makes recommendations regarding parent and community involvement in school decision-making processes and strategies for improving the success rates of ethnic and racial minority students and students with disabilities identified as having disproportionately lower academic achievement. And the bill also directs the Department of Education to establish a commission to study the creation of a diversity, equity, and inclusion reporting and response system to assist school administrative units, staff, students, and families in addressing incidents of bias, harassment, and discrimination in public schools in the state. Proponents of the bill testified that many students face bias and harassment in schools, but hesitate to report for fear of retaliation, and schools have widely varying levels of experience and expertise in handling them effectively. That current available resources focus more on legal remedies, such as the Maine Human Rights Commission or the Attorney General. That many students and families don't know where to turn when they face incidents, and this bill will provide families and students with another option to seek resolutions. That the bill would create an equivalent of a public advocate for students and families and promote understanding of the rights of students and policies and responsibilities of schools. And that this bill would also increase access to aggregated data statewide and help better understand the breadth and depth of racism, bias, and discrimination in Maine schools. Opponents testified and were neither for nor against. Maine School Superintendent's Association was opposed. Maine School Boards Association was neither for nor against. But the concern is not about the intent, but rather the top-down approach. Public schools need to be responsive to students, parents, and communities they serve while following state education law. And an ombudsman for the entire state could not represent the interests of all schools at the local level and would be duplicative of the Department of Education. Also that MSBA and MSSA are currently working on creating a better culture of inclusion through the Cultural Competence Institute. So one of the questions from the committee had to do with the current process for complaints, what's the chain of command and where would things go in the current investigations. So the Department of Education did provide a question and response document for you. In addition, I know that I had reached out to Mr. Bailey from Maine School Management Association, as well as John Kaczynski of the MEA, to address how those processes might work at the local level before they rise to the level of the department. I can go through the question and answers for you if you'd like, but for now, as you know, I'd also mentioned that Representative Geer had sent you a proposed amendment this morning, and I'm happy to either go through it with you or let her do so.
You have it. If you've had it, if you would, please go through it. Thanks.
Yep, I have it up. So the proposed amendment would strike the bill and replace it with a resolve. It would establish a legislative task force to study the establishment of the Office of the Education Ombudsperson. The membership of the task force would include 3 members of the Senate, 3 members of the House, a member representing a statewide association of educators, a member representing a statewide association of school boards and superintendents, a student representing from an underrepresented group, and I can find some standard language for that. I just didn't have time before this morning. The sponsor indicated a desire to have a student representative of an association of students. I'm not sure if that exists in the state. I don't know that it does, but I did suggest that perhaps the committee or perhaps some of the stakeholders might have a good suggestion of where you might be able to draw a student representative from. So that is something that should probably be addressed before the committee moves forward with this, if that is how the committee wants to move forward. It would also include a member of the Human Rights Commission, a member of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations, the Commissioner of Education or the Commissioner's designee, and a member representing a statewide organization that advocates for students with disabilities. And all of those would be appointed by either Speaker of the House or the President of the Senate. And I had just put those appointments in going back and forth, but the committee can certainly choose to move those around if you'd like. The proposed amendment would appoint the chairs as the first name Senate member and the first name House member. It would require that the appointments be made no later than 30 days following the effective date of the resolve. And then the duties of the task force pull in a few pieces from the bill as originally proposed. It would include that the task force shall study how to establish the Office of the Education Ombudsperson. It would include the qualifications for the Education Ombuds, and that should be person, I apologize, which must include that the Ombudsperson be a person of recognized judgment, independence, objectivity, integrity, and must be qualified by training or experience of both in public education law and policy in the state, dispute resolution or problem resolution techniques, including mediation and negotiation, community outreach, and that the Ombudsperson may not be an employee of a school administrative unit or the department or other state agency while serving as the Education Ombudsperson. These powers and duties are the same as were in the original bill, except for here, the number 5, which would be developing a processes for reporting, communication, relationships, handling of concerns and complaints, connection with the Department of Education customer care systems, management of privacy, confidentiality, and messaging of school districts. The task force would also be required to study where the office of the Ombudsperson should be cited. So whether it would be a separate executive agency or whether it would be housed within another agency. As a legislative task force, it would provide staff assistance by legislative council, except that staff support is not authorized when the legislature is in regular or special session. And finally, of course, that the task force would need to report no later than January 15, 2022, and that the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee may report out a bill related to the report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. I would note, and I did mention this to the sponsor when I was drafting this for her, that those who have been in the legislature for a while may know that when it comes to legislative appointments, sometimes they can take a little while. They don't always happen immediately. And so if the committee wants the report no later than January 15th of next year, the committee may want to consider adding an emergency preamble to allow the task force time to do that work.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Any questions of Hillary at this time? Any additions, clarifications? And I see Representative Gear. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How are you?
We're doing well. We're doing well.
Just want to say a big thanks to Ms. Risler for helping with the amendment. She's been fantastic. So you do have a rock star here for sure.
People have to stop saying that or we're going to lose her. So, folks, any further questions or discussions? And I see.
I could, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry.
Representative Brennan. You're muted, sir.
Well intended when I mute myself and then I forget not to. But I thank you for the amendment, and I appreciate the amendment. And I just wanted to know if you had given any additional thought to what Ms. Risler raised in terms of unless there's an emergency preamble on the amendment, the bill wouldn't go into effect until 90 days after we adjourn, which would be sometime in September. And then appointments can take more time than they probably should. And it really tightens the time frame in terms of the task force being able to meet and do its work and make a recommendation back to us. So I didn't know if you had any thoughts about that in terms of certainly there can be an emergency preamble, but then that also requires a 2/3 vote of both the House and the Senate. And also because there are legislators involved in the process, it would have a fiscal note to pay for whatever costs are associated with legislative participation. So I didn't know if you had any further reflections on those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's again, as a first timer getting through all of this, I appreciate any guidance from the committee. Certainly my intention with the bill is to make sure that we can come to the second session with a report that would, that the task force would produce with recommendations. I think that when I do appreciate very much the exchanges and the conversations I've had with the DOE, also with the Maine Human Rights Commission. I think there's a lot of great work already going on this topic area, and I applaud everything that everyone is doing, including the Cultural Competence Institute that MSMA is doing, because I think all of these things do really contribute to addressing the issue in this bill. And at the same time, I think wanting to bring together this full group of stakeholders is really important as we go forward. So for me, I think that it would be important to get that group together as soon as possible. And so if it makes sense to add the emergency preamble, I would certainly leave that to the discretion of the committee to do that. And recognizing the timeframes can be difficult in getting together all these different groups of folks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Senator Woodson followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure this bill is well intended and originate from local issues, but I feel it is a local issue and can be taken care of. And just it would create another bureaucratic obstacle, I feel. So I cannot support this bill.
Thank you. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning.
I'm curious as to why you chose a legislative study rather than asking the department to work with MHRC in convening a working group to do this work.
Thank you for that question, Representative Millett. From my perspective, I do feel that it's important to have legislative perspective on this issue because I do think it is, I think in contrast to Senator Woodson's comments, I do think that this is a problem that is pretty widespread across the state, and especially after having spoken with Executive Director Sneerson at the Maine Human Rights Commission, the level of complaints and of challenges that students and families across our state are feeling. I really do think we need to have a pretty serious and coherent response across the state to it. So I would certainly be open, and obviously the committee can certainly take this in the direction that it would want to do. And if that would be the more expeditious way to get it done, I would definitely be supportive of that. But I would want to make sure that we had kind of some of those additional statewide perspectives that the legislature would bring as a legislative study. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any, yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Gear, for being here and for working on this bill. My question for you is around the research that you did, and if you can give us some sense of the number of dead ends that folks were experiencing or believed they were experiencing when they had reached the end of the road in the attempts to satisfy this at the local level, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, Representative Dodge. And I think that when I have been thinking about this bill over the last few days and the last week here, there really are two scenarios that are in play here. The first scenario is the one that you're describing, which is when a student or a group of student or families are working at their local level to address a concern. Sometimes, I think following the correct channels, they often start out with the building principal. They go through that to the central office and the superintendent. And I think that the challenge that we face, and this is not just in Maine, this is really everywhere, is that there are certain policies and practices that are in place and have been in place for a long time around discipline and around how these things are handled. And when what we're often seeing, I think most often, is that those incidents are being reported and handled and kind of said that's done. And the healing that the students need and the families need and the school community needs doesn't happen. So there's certainly a dead end that can happen at that point at the school level. In addition, at the district level. In addition, I think that the search for the next step or the next avenue of assistance can be really difficult. So I think in some cases you have families and students who are very proactive and will search around and look around and see what they can have available to them to help get their continuing concerns addressed. So they might be able to go to try the DOE. They might try the Maine Human Rights Commission. I think that many times families and students are very intimidated by that process. They're not looking for legal remedies. They're not looking to hire a lawyer. They're looking to make sure their children are safe and their concerns are being answered. So that's one of the things that this bill is designed to address, is to say, when you have people who are just hesitant to take the steps that they feel they could take, this would provide an option. In addition, I think that the DOE, as I mentioned, and the Maine Human Rights Commission and the Maine School Management Association have put in programs and informational resources for folks that aren't necessarily neutral. And this is a really fundamental issue. All of those different entities within the state have a constituency. It's either the school districts, in the case of the DOE and the Maine School Management Association, or it's that's the main issue, that is not perceived, to your point, perceived as neutral. And so yet again, you have a student potentially and families who are not clear where they fit and if they're going to get advocacy for themselves and their own issue. And so I think that is the key role that the Education Ombudsman Office would be designed to fill. And I think when in the conversations I've had with the folks in Washington State that have had this in place for 14 years, that is in fact what has happened, because you've got the outreach and education that the Education Ombuds role does there. So they're reach out to the schools and to the school systems so that people know that this is available to them. And they're portrayed as that neutral resource that can help you understand this, what are your rights as a student? What are the responsibilities and roles of the school district in a situation like this, and how to navigate that? And then to be, again, a neutral source for mediation, for let's sit down and talk this through and see where we really are. And I think, again, from that standpoint, I haven't been able to find in my research that specific role in the state anywhere. And I do feel very strongly, and when we talked about in the public hearing, that would really help. In the 10-year strategic plan in our state, we have a goal of attracting 75,000 people to come and live and work in Maine. And I continue to be concerned, based on so many stories that I've heard, of people coming to Maine who maybe are families of diversity people of diversity in some fashion, and that they would face these issues yet again. We need to fix the issues, and we need to provide a pathway that is non-confrontational, non-legalistic, but really helpful to students and families in that situation. So that's certainly, thank you very much for that question. And that's certainly the vision here. It's not to create something that's going to cause bureaucratic problems or back and forth between school districts, but to provide a resource to students and families and to school districts for moving forward in a very positive way when these kinds of incidents occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. And we, in fact, heard some testimony just recently of similar situations. So thank you.
Representative Millett, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Gear, I really appreciate your vision. I think it's positive, constructive, collaborative. And I appreciate all the work that you've done on this and all the folks that you've talked with. In terms of the timing of convening the group and reporting out something to the committee, I'm not so concerned, especially given your comments earlier, Representative Gear, that a lot of work is underway. And there seems to be some genuine interest from MHRC on this issue. But perhaps if you would be amenable to pushing the report to the end of January, that would give the group a little bit of extra time. And if you were amenable to that, Mr. Chair, when the time is ready, I'd like to make a motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that a question for me as well, Representative Millett?
Sure. How do you feel about pushing it to January 30th?
Yeah, so January 30th should be fine. Again, and just confirming from my understanding that would allow the committee to do a committee bill if possible, if needed. Great. And then the other thing I believe Executive Director Senerson did receive an invitation to the work session. I don't know if she's available in the waiting room, or would we could bring her forward maybe for some, because she has certainly been thinking a lot about this problem as well, rightly so. And I was very happy to learn about the level of thought and work that the MHRC is already putting into this issue as well.
Thank you. Do we have, we had some hands up. Representative Brennan, followed by Representative McRae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to call for a corner caucus for 5 minutes.
Certainly. And Representative McRae, before we leave, would you like to pose your question so it gives folks an opportunity to consider that as well?
I just thought this was going to move a little faster, and I would appreciate the opportunity to second the motion when it's made.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to a quick corner caucus and be back. much easier to leave than it is to return. Is everyone back? Senator Woodson, Representative Roach, can you hear me? I'm not sure if everyone's back that was here at the time or not, but we have enough folks. Thank you. I have hand up from Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass as amended with the sponsor's amendment and changing the report back date to January 30th.
I'd like to second that.
Seconded by Representative McCray, and a hand up from Hillary.
Yes, so one of the questions I had when drafting the proposed amendment had to do with a student representative of a student association, and I wasn't sure if there is one, if the committee has any suggestions for who that student member might be, or who would be able to recommend a student member, or whether you just want to strike that member since you already have one student on. But that was one that I'm just not, I can draft it as is. I can say a student from a student association. I just don't know that that actually exists.
I can't give you a confident answer either, Hillary. Anyone? Representative McCray.
Yeah, possibly. There's a pretty active student council organization in the state. They have a president, they have a vice president, they have pretty sharp kids there. That might be a good place to start.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wondered if our student representatives on our State Board of Education might also have either the desire to serve or suggestions of how to find someone to serve in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that help you, Hillary?
Well, I guess now I kind of have two options instead of zero. So either would work. I could do from an association of student council, or I could say appointed by the president of the Senate as recommended by a student member of a state board of education. I think either of those are decent options, whichever the committee would prefer.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Senator Daughtry. She may have some wisdom in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, Hillary, could we do it so we could say sort of and or just from either association, like you're saying, so it could come from either of those, depending on who would be able to be served. Because if we cast a little bit of a wider net, we stand a better chance of getting a representative, is my thought.
Sure. So I think, how about this? So there were two student members. One, I also just got I just got an email from the department that they also have a student cabinet. So what I could do is I could say two student members, one of whom from a underrepresented group, and one recommended by either the student cabinet, the state board, or an association.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah.
We all set? Any other questions? Seeing none, then I'd like to move the vote, which was based on the motion ought to pass as amended on LD 1512. Mr. Baker, if you would be so kind.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry?
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Enthusiastic, yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no, and Representative Roach. Are you there, Representative Roach?
I don't think so.
Might have stepped away. All right, Senator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 in favor of the motion and 4 opposed, Senator. And the minority report, please.
Not to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Gear, for being here today and sharing that information. And good luck moving forward.
Thanks so much, chairs and committee. Really appreciate your support today.
So the session on 1512 is closed, and we have, it appears, we have 3 left. And first up, and whilst I'm goofing up, is LD 334. And then we still have 1672 and 633. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
could we push back 334, please?
Yes.
And I do have a public hearing at 1 o'clock, so I'm wondering if we could take up 1672.
I'll be happy to do so to try to accommodate that hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the session on 1672 is open, and is it, Hillary, you're having a busy day. You're kind of letting Sam off the hook a little bit, huh? All right.
Oh, he's having a busy day too, trust me. All right, so this is LD 1672, which is an act to require that private schools that enroll 60% or more publicly funded students meet certain requirements. This bill amends the requirements that must be met by private schools receiving public funds for tuition purposes, including by adding that the school just have a curriculum aligned with the system of learning results, meets health and safety requirements applicable to public schools, accepts any Maine student from the sending SAU, and enters into a contract with every sending SAU of a student who is attending the private school. The bill provides that these requirements apply beginning with the 2022-23 academic year. At the public hearing, the sponsor did propose an amendment, which provides that the school must accept any Maine student from a sending district, including a student with a disability, and provide special education related services to those students in an equivalent manner to regular public schools. The sponsor also stated the intent to remove the language from the bill requiring that the school must enter into a contract with every SAU that is tuitioning a student at the private school. Proponents of the bill testified that the bill arose out of a situation in which there was harassment of students and an educator at Washington Academy, that 60/40 schools are not held to the health and safety standards of public schools, and that 60/40 schools do not accept all students from sending districts, such as special education students. Opponents of the bill testified that the provisions in the bill are either unnecessary or would fundamentally change the established legal framework of the operation of independent schools in Maine, that the bill, if passed, would have unintended consequences, such as the diminishment of town academies' independence, undermining the missions of the 10 60/40 schools, reduce educational choice, and likely raise the cost of education for the taxpayers. The town academies are subject to rigorous accreditation standards through NEASC and required by statute to adhere to basic health and safety standards. That town academies accept nearly all students, but may not have the capability to handle a student with significant and special needs, same as the public schools. Some issues for consideration. So approval for the receipt of public funds by private schools is governed by Title 28 MRSA subchapter 2. The link is there for you. And it does include that school meet the requirements of basic school approval under subchapter 1. Under subchapter 1, the requirement for basic school approval does include that a private school may operate as an approved private school for meeting the requirement of compulsory school attendance if it meets the standards for hygiene, health, and safety established by applicable law and rule, and is either currently accredited by the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, which is NEASC, or meets applicable requirements of this title pertaining to private schools and departments' requirement for approval for attendance purposes adopted under section 2902. So I did try to pull together some of the additional committee requests for information, including I did provide a link here for the NEASC accreditation standards. In addition, Camp Staples, President CEO of NEASC, also submitted some written testimony, and I included a link to her letter, as well as the actual NEASC manual that she submitted for the committee's review as well. I would note that duties of school administrative units in regards to special education is governed by Title 28, Section 7202, and I did provide the link there, and that does include provisions regarding special education. And finally, there was a question about accountability measures for schools not following any requirements. Pursuant to Title 28, Section 2955, private schools approved for tuition purposes that have not complied with the requirements of Title 28, Chapter 117 may not receive tuition payments from school administrative units. And I do not have a preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time.
Thank you. I do see a hand up for questions. Hillary, potentially. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question as, yep, one more amendment. Again, based on the testimony received the other day, I recognize that there needs to be some clarity around having to accept all students, especially special education students. And so, Ms. Risler, I believe I emailed you. It's not a very fancy document, but hopefully it will suffice.
Yes, if it's okay with the chairs, I can share my screen of the email, if that's all right.
Great.
Thank you, please.
While Ms. Risler is doing that, I do want to address other aspects of the bill. First off, suggestions that the language around aligning with Maine learning results somehow is unduly restrictive of the school's ability to be innovative. I actually found a bit unsettling. Actually more than unsettling, disturbing, because it's actually a current requirement of private schools in Maine law. You can find it on page 103 of our purple books. It's in section 2902, subsection 4, where it says commissioner's basic curriculum. Private schools must provide instruction in the basic curriculum established by rule by the commissioner under section 4704 and, quote, in alignment with the system of learning results established in section 6209. It was a little surprising to have heard so many of our private schools suggest that doing so would be problematic when it's already law. I think that's probably for the department to have conversations with the schools. And I take exception to the idea that schools that are receiving so many publicly funded students be protected in the same way that our public school students are in regular public schools, when the health and safety standards somehow limits their innovation. And then lastly, we have before us this language. And this is trying to get at those schools that are basically functioning as public schools for communities. And in those situations, when they are acting in that manner, they should take all students, including those with including those students that are special education students. So that is my proposed amendment, and leave it at that. Thank you very much.
So Hillary, just to confirm that was 85% that I saw there, right?
That's correct.
So.
And I can pull that back up at any time, as well as forward that to the committee if you would like.
Thank you. Hands went up. I think it might have been Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Dodge. I'm not positive on the order, but the only two hands, here we go.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pose a question to Senator Millett on that amendment that was just posted. That would require the student to be enrolled at that private institution. However, could the institution contract with the, in other words, could they contract with the sending town and say that they're responsible for the costs if it happened to be an outside placement or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dodge with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is also for Representative Millett. I have received numerous communications about the facet of curriculum exceeding the learning results as presented at these schools, and how control over what is offered at the schools would, controlled by the DOE, might limit, as you have expressed, that you have also heard these concerns. Could you speak again, please, to perhaps specifically allay those fears? Please, thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Representative Millett, yes.
Great. Representative Dodge, I am not going to get involved in a discussion between the state and private schools around existing statute. You know, I mean, if there are folks that want to repeal that language and repeal that expectation, then that's a different bill.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you. Going to make some comments, I guess, in general, but Ms. Millett can answer them. I mean, private schools are private schools for a reason. And to be allowed to take tuition students, they have to meet the requirements of the state, whether it's safety, health and safety, curriculum, learning results, accreditation, accepting special ed students. Just, I mean, the public schools also can not accept every child. And I mean, I don't see the reason for this bill.
That just a statement, sir, or a question?
Well, I guess I'm asking why the bill?
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question. Because currently statute does not provide protection for bullying for schools that are receiving 60% or more of publicly funded students. As I went through the statute book and spoke with the department, this is a place that needed to be addressed. That's why.
So bullying is the reason for this bill.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. This is a question for Ms. Risler or anybody else that might be able to answer it. But in a situation where you have a school district that does have a superintendent, but they don't necessarily, there's not a high school within that school district, who is responsible for the student? So example, if you had a school district that had elementary schools, middle school, but had a high school such as Thornton Academy, and so there would be a superintendent overseeing that school district. Is it the school district's responsibility to find adequate placement for a student, or is it the school itself?
Yeah, so I can tell you what I see in statute, but it might be a question better directed for the department in terms of how it, or for someone else who actually how it functions on sort of the ground level. What I would say is that, you know, the definition of a school administrative unit includes those, for example, alternative organizational structures for those towns that don't necessarily have the local high school. and school administrative units under section 7202 are required to, for example, identify all children within their jurisdiction who require special education, provide evaluations and assessment, and provide special education for eligible child with disability within its jurisdiction. So I think the local school district still has that responsibility, but how that works on the ground in terms of whether that happens before or after they get tuition to a high school, that I do not have the answer to, and I'm not sure how that process works.
All right, thank you.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Risler. I'd like to direct this question to you for clarification, please. I am a public school and I have decided to teach a certain unit in math. I am a private school and I have decided to teach that same unit in math. Both schools the lessons are aligned with the learning results. How likely would it be that there would be some, I'm not sure of the right word, complaint, investigation, question about both of those schools teaching that certain unit in math as it is equated with local control in both situations? Is that correct, please?
I'm not sure that I'm the right person to answer that question about how that would.
May I direct that to someone from the department, please?
Sam, could you tell who's available or if someone's available? I'm sorry.
Senator, it looks like the department people might have left. Hillary, I don't see anybody. Yeah, okay.
If I may make a comment then, please, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. After hearing the details of this bill, I fail to see that there is going to be any limitation on creativity in schools as to their curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Discussions? I would be seeing none, hearing none. I'd be entertaining motion. Seeing none. Representative Brennan.
Senator, I move ought to pass on LD 1672 as amended by the amendment offered by the sponsor, Representative Millett.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And do I have a second? Representative McCray?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Hand up, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we're talking about the town academies particularly, and where there is a superintendent that's responsible for the town, if you will, or the sending unit, it's built in that student has another venue to express their displeasure with the way the academy's being run, or if they were mistreated or felt they were mistreated at the academy. So they would go through that process, and if not, they would land back at the local superintendent's office and say, hey, how come you have a contract with these guys? Here's what happened to my kid. And it's incumbent upon the academies to serve those students well, because that's their clientele. And every 8 or 10 years or 3 or 4 years, however long the contract is, that's going to come up. Now, whether you're at an academy or in a school system, at some point, sometimes someone might say, no, we've looked at all the facts and no, and that happens. So I'll be voting no on the bill, but I'll be voting yes on the single amendment that was put forward. I think it's an excellent amendment that makes it extremely clear that if they have a contract for and 85% of their students are coming from that sending entity, that they will accept and enroll that special ed student. That makes that absolutely crystal clear, and I think it's a great amendment.
Thank you. Any additional hands? I see none, so I am going to ask Sam Baker if he would.
Senator, I have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
If I could ask Representative Stearns, I was just, when you said, so the parts of the bill that still concern you relate to the reference to health and learning results?
No, Representative, not so much. I believe that the private schools by statute are already held to follow the learning results. That's already in statute. No need to replicate that again.
But
I believe that they also have to be approved, and in order to be approved, they have to meet basic safety requirements by the department. That's done.
Okay. But if the bill or the amendment only included the language about 85% in special education, you would be supportive of that?
That if the current motion on the floor passes, that will be the minority report, or at least one minority report.
Okay.
You have a follow-up, Representative Brennan?
I didn't know whether or not Representative Millette may see that as a friendly amendment, but I guess not. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Representative Stearns, I do appreciate your support for the rest of the bill. The language that's in statute does not specify the kind of safety standards that we have in place for our students in our regular public schools. If it did, there would be no need for this bill. I'm not in search of more work as a legislator, but in my analysis of existing statute, this actually does provide more protection for our students that are enrolled in schools that are accepting, private schools that are accepting 60% or more of publicly funded students. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Excuse me. And I am ask Sam if he would please, we're going to call the roll relative to the motion ought to pass as amended by Representative. Excuse me.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry?
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
Nope.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach?
No.
Representative Roach votes no. All right, Senators, I have 8 in favor of the motion, 5 opposed, and the minority report, please.
The minority report, or at least one minority report, will be to strike the language of the bill and replace it so that the entire bill would be the amendment language that Representative Millette brought forward this morning.
And I would like to offer another minority report, ought not to pass.
All right, for the minority reports then, can we just get the breakdown for each of those? So for the ought to pass as amended was what Representative Stern said. Are there any other members that are voting for that one? Of the minority report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. And then, so for Senator Woodsam's just ought not to pass. Are there other members that are supporting that? Okay.
I am.
Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman, and Representative Roach is the only one I have. Representative Roach, are you there?
Yes.
Would you be supporting the minority report ought to pass as amended with Representative Stearns, or the minority report ought not to pass offered by Senator Woodsum?
That's a tough choice with those two. I'm joking. I will go with Senator Woodsum.
Thank you, Representative.
All set with that, Sam?
Yes, thank you, everyone. Yep.
Thank you. And I'm going to call a session on LD 672 to a close. And we have two left. The first is LD 633. I'll open that session. This is a bill that was formally tabled by the committee. And I believe we've changed the venue a little bit and have an update on this from Sam. Good morning.
So just to remind, yeah, I guess it is afternoon now, isn't it? So just to remind the committee, this was LD 633, resolved directing the Department of Education to implement diversity, equity, and inclusion training for educators. So this was the resolve that required DOE, State Board of Education, to amend its rules to require a certified employee in a school, including but not limited to superintendent, principal, teacher, ed tech, to successfully complete a diversity, equity, and inclusion training program as a condition of recertification. And the rules would be major substantive and presented to the standing committee by January 2nd, 2022. And I believe Senator Daughtry was going to go back and amend this language a little bit. The testimony that the committee had received was focused, there was a lot of focus on a desire for additional details on how the training would be implemented on the ground. So.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sam, for that. What was clear from the conversations that we had on this committee and from the testimony is that there is a passion and a desire for this type of work, but that tying it to the certification of teachers is not necessarily the right place for this to be happening. And this was actually a tandem bill with another portion that was in the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, which they actually passed out of committee working with similar training for school resource officers. And so this was, you know, the other portion. And what we realize is it really shouldn't just be applying to educators. I mean, this is something that needs to be applying to someone, you know, whether it's, you know, someone working in the cafeteria, to the school, to the bus drivers. You know, this is part of something that's incumbent on all of us to be working together to make sure that our students not only are safe, but, you know, folks are aware of, you know, diversity, equity, inclusion, and, you know, working and moving this forward through our school system. So in conversations with different stakeholders, where I think the best way to accomplish this would be for us to amend this bill to ask the Department of Education to look at best practices for creating this curriculum. And if you'll look back from some of the testimony, that was the concern, was how do we come up with the best curriculum that works for Maine schools, where Maine schools are, and using existing resources and not reinvent the wheel. So where I'd like to see this is amend it to be able to have the DOE take a look at best practices and curriculum standards for this, for all staff training, sort of similar to the student bullying and suicide prevention language that we already did put in statute. But to have the DOE look at that, come back to us about what's there, what we can do, you know, maybe they'll find that this is something that's already being accomplished, but come back and report back to our committee next year for us to look at what they come up with, and then have the ability to report out a bill if at that time from the DOE work we find that we have a way to move forward and make this work for all schools. So that's where I am with it right now. Would love to answer any questions and go from there.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions at this time, folks? Any further discussion? And yeah, Representative Stearns, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask Senator Daughtry, I'm wondering if we could include in that a kind of a comprehensive look at all of the trainings. That would be, I think, great, because this particular topic is timely, it's important, and I think we have some trainings that really could be, other than the first time training, really could be a memo, an updated email. If we could include a comprehensive look from the DOE at all of the required trainings, I think that would be great if you're amenable to that.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
I would definitely be amenable to that, so.
Thank you. I have hand up from, oh, now I get three. I have Representative Brennan, Millette, and Senator Woodson.
Okay, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Millette?
I think we just voted on a bill to actually study the trainings that we require just this morning. Right? Am I crazy? Hillary, you can tell me if I'm crazy.
Wasn't there mandates, not trainings?
It was mandates, and it was mandated curriculum and trainings.
It was mandated instruction and training. So trainings for students, I believe. I don't believe it included teachers trainings.
Oh.
Mandated instruction and training.
So, okay. It mandated instruction and training for.
I believe it had to do with like trainings for students, like things that are required of students.
Oh, okay. Well, I stand corrected. See, I am crazy.
No, you're not, but this is all personnel, as I understand the amendment. All personnel. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. And I guess this is a question for Hillary. Is the word curriculum the proper term to use in what Senator Daughtry is trying to do here? I mean, if you covered all the staff as well, in other words, non-teaching positions, I don't think curriculum applies.
I have to be incredibly honest with the committee. I was not paying attention to every moment of this discussion because my colleague Sam Senef is covering this bill. If you're talking about as it applies to trainings or curriculum for staff, I know the department also often refers to that as professional development. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
And I do see an agreeing nod. Sam, I see you nodding in agreement.
I would concur with that. I think professional development is probably the best terminology to differentiate it from student focused.
Thank you. And I'll come back to Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just concur with exactly what Sam and Hillary just said, and that the prior bill was about student trainings and not about what we're looking for personnel for professional development and continuing education.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson, you have another question, sir?
No, that's good. I just didn't feel curriculum was the right term.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other discussion? I am looking for a motion, please. Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Unless Senator Daughtry wanted to make a motion, but I am willing to make a motion at this point.
Go ahead, sir. I
Okay,
think
I'll move ought to pass on LD 633. And I would ask Ms. Risler to draft it with 2 sections. And I'm sorry, Sam. And 1 section as articulated by Senator Daughtry about having the department study how training regarding to diversity, equity, inclusion can be provided to all school personnel across the state of Maine with a report back next year. And the second section would have the department report back to the committee the training initiatives that they have within the department that affect both students and staff. Does that capture the sentiment of the sponsor?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
yes, Senator Daughtry.
Just to be clear, I think we wanted it not to be students training. I think from what Representative
Right.
right. is for all professional, all staff and personnel in the schools and what trainings exist currently and looking at that and seeing if there's anything that's outdated and can be upgraded. Like Representative Stearns was saying. And then the third portion was just the ability to report out a bill based on the report from the DOE. So if we need to clean house, we have the ability to do that.
But I think what Representative Stearns was looking at was just something that said we're doing training on bullying, or we also had some previous legislation on training on domestic violence. So I think you're looking for some compilation of those additional types of training that the department is providing that would be in addition to this discussion that we are having specifically about diversity and equity. Is that correct, Representative Stearns?
Yes, I'd be looking for a compilation and perhaps some recommendations on all required faculty, support staff, all adult personnel working at the schools, what they're required to do and whether or not it's annual, semi-annual, biannual, that type thing. And maybe some recommendations of, the last time I looked, the teacher that I'm closest to was doing about 14 trainings right in the fall. And it was time when she would much rather have been preparing her lessons. I think if we just take a real good look at that, we may be able to pare back a little bit and do it in a better fashion.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair. Please.
Mr. Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry, I am. Thank you, Representative Dodge. I'm sorry. Senator Daughtry, you must be a lip reader as well. What you didn't hear was my dog barking, and I didn't want you to hear that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I am very much in favor of this motion, and I do like the friendly idea from Representative Stearns, especially with the ability with the report back and for us to take a really good look about basically how we can condense, clean house, see what we are requiring of our personnel and make sure that, the trainings that they are required to do, keeping in mind, we don't want to be taking too much time away from their day-to-day activities. Maybe we can tweak things, move things together and really have an updated and relevant, training curriculum for our, school personnel. So I just wanted to thank Representative Stearns for that friendly amendment.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, I would ask Sam Baker if he would be so kind as to call the roll as we move the vote here.
Senator Rafferty, I think Senator Woodson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, could we take 5 minutes for Connor Caucus?
Certainly, sir.
Thank you very much.
Also, Senator Rafferty, I'll be sending over the list of people that signed up to testify this afternoon. It just ran a little bit onto the second page, so there's like 2 names that went onto that second one. I just want to make sure we don't skip them.
All right, wait a minute now, Sam. Where are we going here?
just for this afternoon when the public hearings.
Give me the numbers, would you please?
Yes, Senator. 135, 255, and 386.
And I don't have that window open, but was there a break time in between? Or are we working through? What time were they scheduled for? Or just extended day?
Oh, that's up to the chairs in the committee, Senator.
There wasn't a time that they were advertised for, though.
They were advertised for 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
But as we're
Yes,
getting pretty close to that. So I'm just
well,
gonna
I
send
know,
them.
and I have, honestly, in my head, I forgot all about them because I have a wake I need to attend today. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, thank you.
Oh, I know, Representative. I'm sending them over right now. Sorry.
So Sam, is there a way that I can take care of
So it looks like I'm going to go across the board just at the names. Representative Salisbury, are you with us? Representative Crockett? Representative Millette? Or Senator Daughtry?
I'm here.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure we have enough folks to get going again. Here we go. All right. Excuse me. I have question, Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we move forward, if we could just restate the motion, I'd appreciate it.
The motion was ought to pass as amended.
Mr. Chair.
The amendment.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That's okay. Senator Daughtry.
I'm wondering if I'm happy to restate the amendment, but I'm wondering if Sam would want to as well, just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Sure. Sorry, my video is being a little weird. I don't know why. So the amendment would do two things. So first, it would direct the department to review its professional development on training, equity and inclusion, and make recommendations for best practices and current standards for such training. And second, it would direct the department to review all its professional development and trainings for staff, and to make recommendations to the committee on whether there's any overlaps or duplications in trainings, or if there are additional changes that they believe need to be made to the professional development standards for staff. And three, providing the committee with the opportunity to report out a bill in the next session.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that sounds perfect. The only other thing, I don't know if it matters about putting in for verbiage, but just like outdated trainings or something that could be condensed into something like a memo. So.
Sure.
Thank you, and thank you, Sam. So back to Sam Baker in terms of the motion was made by Representative Brennan, ought to pass as amended. It was seconded by Representative Dodge. And seeing no hands, I will ask that Sam Baker, if you would be kind enough to call the roll, please.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought to pass.
Senator Rafferty. Oh, sorry. Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry?
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
You're muted, sir.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative-
Excuse me, yes.
That's okay. Representative Lyman votes yes. And and Representative Roach not with us. All right, Senator, so we have 11 members voting in favor of the motion, 1 opposed, and the minority report, Representative Sampson?
Not to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you, folks. So I will call the session on LD 633 to a close. And looking at the time for today, we have it's about just a minute or so after 1. We do have some public hearings scheduled for this afternoon. Those will be LDs 135, 255, 386. And I'd like to start those at, excuse me, 1:30, and I'll ask folks if to do their best to be here at that time. Hillary, I'm sorry.
Sure. I thought we had one more work session on LD 334 this morning.
We're not going to do that at this time.
Okay. If the chairs could just let us know when we need to put it on the schedule for.
I will probably do that after my lunch. Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Yeah, that was my question also on 334. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you folks at 1:30, please, as best we can. Thank you.
See ya.
Representative McCray, did you go for a bike ride at lunch?
No, I did not, but I did travel past one. I looked at the wheels. It's a nice looking bike.
You're welcome to take it for a test run, Representative.
Well, it's only 6 feet away from me.
Right.
Oh, I went downstairs in the cafeteria. There's nobody there. But I missed those big old greasy cheeseburgers, and that was awful good.
So they are open?
Yeah, yes, and they have been, but it's a ghost town. I think there were 3 people in the whole cafeteria when I went in. Of course, it's a little bit late for lunch, but he said they haven't been at all busy.
You guys will have to show me around when we get up there.
I'll tell you what, as a newcomer, I'll buy you a cheeseburger.
Nice.
You too, Sheila, if you're still listening. Paul, you're an old timer. You get your own. Joe, I get you one. Hey, I gotta be careful here.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I missed that.
He's buying cheeseburgers for all the rookies.
I'm contemplating making chocolate chip cookies.
He's running up a tab and they're barely even open up there, but he's trying to keep them afloat.
I'm trying to help him out. But I'll tell you, when I'm right upstairs from the cafeteria here in our sometime it's going to be your home from home here in Augusta. Yeah. And it really is. It's just good to be sitting here.
I started out in there and then I moved to a space where I didn't have to keep my mask on. So
Well, I'm finding that that's a little, but it's only a 1-day thing right now, so that's fine. Yeah.
But sitting there as they're making lunch, that would be torturous for me.
Well, I ate that cheeseburger and I almost went and had him make me another one, but I didn't.
And I did hear that promise about chocolate chip cookies, Jan. Don't think that wasn't heard. So now we're going to find the numbers again.
Do we know if there are any nut allergies on the committee?
None with me.
Do you prefer nuts or no?
I'm crazy for nuts.
I take any and all handouts in terms of chocolate chip cookies, so.
So,
I
Ed,
look
is
at
that with nuts or no nuts?
Yeah, well,
That's
Jan, I
good.
think you should put
That's
nuts in
good.
them because if there are people that have allergies, that'll be more for us.
Oh, got it. Okay. Here, I was trying to be all sensitive and thoughtful.
That's lost on me.
Well, we've got at least a case of root beer coming. If we have other flavors we prefer, you got to let me know.
Did you ask about nut allergies, Representative Dodge?
Yes,
Right
I
before I got on
did.
the phone?
Yes, I did.
Hmm.
Do you have nut allergies?
Oh, no, I do not. My my mother would have thrown me out. Big peanut butter fans in our house.
Well, I saw that you were on the phone there, Sam, but I think we have 135, 255, and 386 in terms of hearing. And thanks for forwarding the list of folks. I am also going to share that with Representative Brennan.
Oh, I sent it to the whole committee.
Oh, you did?
Senator. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
no worries. Yeah, no problem.
And the only reason why I say that is because I did mention I'm going to try to stay at least probably 2:15-ish, and I'll need to leave to get to that service wake. So, in any case, so we have enough folks to get going. How many live? 2, 3, 4. And we're good. So boy, keep this straight. I'm losing my mind. And all right.
Yes.
Sam, before we get started, what were the LD numbers again?
135, 255, and 386, Representative.
So 135 and what?
255 and 386.
386. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Making my chalkboard right now.
So we good to go? Anyone have any questions? So this afternoon, we go from our work session to our public hearings. The only difference in that will be that in terms of the public hearing, you will hear some testimony from the sponsor, as well as folks that may be either for, against, or neither for nor against. And those folks, as they enter the hearing, if you would be so kind as to remember to introduce yourself, your town area of residency, and any particular organization or group that you may be representing outside of yourself. So that said, I'll open the public hearing on LD 135, which centers around funding for pre-K programs. I just changed screens and lost the language. Oh, an act to address issues in funding pre-kindergarten programs. And I am
Sandra, I think the idea was to do all three bills at one time.
That's fine.
And allow people to testify on all three at one time. And I would introduce the three bills when we start the public hearing. And Representative Millette will also comment on the bills as well. And then I think we could ask for members of the public to speak. There are no co-sponsors.
Oh, thank you. All right, so Representative Brennan, if you would be, excuse me, keep going dry. So it's going to be 135, 255, and 386. And if you would be so kind as to.
And I'll introduce all three of them at once.
Thank you. I'll be happy. So. We should be good to go then, sir, unless, do we, actually, we took a break. Do we need to go through introductions? It was kind of.
We'll do introduction. Yeah, do introductions, right.
Yeah. Thank you and good afternoon and welcome to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Joe Rafferty and I am representing Senate District 34, which is in York County. This afternoon, we have work sessions relative to three bills. They are LD 135, 255, and 386. That hearing will commence shortly. We're going to work or hear all three bills at once, and seeing that there's no co-sponsors, will have public input following Representative Brennan's introduction of those bills. But keep in mind that we are in a live hearing, and that means anyone that's in the hearing can be seen as well as heard. Anyone in the waiting room, as you transition in, you will be able to hear us, but you won't be heard or seen yourself until you're actually called in to testify. And that said, I'm going to ask my fellow committee members if they would be kind enough to introduce themselves. And I would start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And I did see him. He's gone. Did I lose? Oh, there he is. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. Dave Woodson, District 33, York County.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland, part of Thelma.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Thank you. Good afternoon here at the Capitol, District 74, Jay, Livermore Falls, and Powder Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon, folks. I'm Dave McCray. I represent the District 148 up in the county. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Millette, representing House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'm not seeing. I have Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And again, with us will be our committee clerk, Sam Baker. Sam will he'll handle those entering and leaving the hearing, as well as he'll do his best to help with any technical issues that may arise. That said, I'm going to turn the hearing over to Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon to you and to members of the committee. And I think the first thing I should do before, quote, presenting the substance of the bill is provide a little context of why we're here and having this public hearing the way we are. And I have to say it's very unusual. And all the time that I've been in the legislature, this is probably the most unusual public hearing because we have 3 bills that are concept drafts and that were submitted, not necessarily related to child development services. And let me explain why. As many of you know that have followed this issue, including all the members of the committee, last year, the Education Committee voted out and the legislature endorsed a major study of the child development services system. And we were able to contract with the national firm to assist in that study. And they prepared periodic briefings to the Education Committee, as well as a comprehensive report on what we might do to move the CDS system forward in the state of Maine. That report we received a summary of that report earlier this session, as well as updates from the consultant in regards to that report. The legislation we passed last year also authorized the committee to vote out a bill relative to those recommendations. But because the legislature adjourned and we have now come back into special session, the authority that we had to report out a bill was lost. So as a result of that, we have identified 3 concept drafts, 3 bills that will now serve as the vehicle to move forward with the CDS discussion. So that's why we're having the public hearing today on these 3 bills, and they don't necessarily have content related to CDS. And again, that's 135, 255, and 386. And we would invite any members of the public when they testify to testify on all 3 bills simultaneously, or to testify generally about your thoughts about CDS, because obviously it'll be a little bit difficult to break up your comments on bills that content-wise don't really exist. But our hope is that everybody, when they do testify, will comment on the draft language for the public hearing that was sent out by our staff person, Hillary Risler, last Thursday to interested parties across the state. And that draft at that point did reflect the discussion of the Education Committee regarding CDS as of last week. So that is the context that I wanted to provide in terms of people testifying on the bill. We understand it's a little bit awkward and a little bit unusual not to have the bill in front of you, but hopefully you did get a copy of the draft, or that you can access the draft and make comments accordingly. This is a fairly rough generalization, and I'll rely on Representative Millett to be more specific than I might be. But we've grouped so far the draft language and the 3 bills into roughly 3 categories. And one category is what are the issues that we think need immediate attention and the department and other stakeholders can work on immediately. And again, these are relative to the suggestions and recommendations made to us by the consultants. But at least 2 of those issues have to do with continuing to define and develop a centralized billing system for CDS. And we will use one of the resolves today to have the department, encourage the department, and direct the department to continue to develop that centralized billing system, working with the Department of Health and Human Services, Maine care providers, and private insurance agencies to make sure that we have the financial support and a billing system that can support the CDS system going forward. So that's one issue that we think, again, has there should be immediate attention, and there can be immediate action by the Department of Education. The second issue that was repeatedly identified by the consultants was our child fine process. And we know that particularly with ages 0 to 2, that we've struggled with our child find across the state of Maine. And we also know that the department is working diligently to improve their child find system. But we think, again, it's incredibly important to the future of students and youth in the state that we have a robust and state-of-the-art child find system as we move forward. So this encourages the department to continue to build a better system of child find and report back to the committee on what steps they're taking to improve the child find system. So that's one resolve or one area that we're thinking the committee is paying attention to. The second resolve, or the second concept that we're trying to capture, is moving forward, particularly with the age group, what we call Part B, the 4 to 5 year olds. What process do we put into place that instructs the department and interested parties and stakeholders to move forward with a transition potentially from a regional system to a more school-based SAU system? Making that transition will take a number of years, and it will require a number of discussions about funding, space, staffing, and eligibility criteria for the CDS system for youth that are in that category. I will say up to this point, last week, for any of you that listened to our discussion, we did have some conflicting information about what to do with 3-year-olds. There is some sentiment of trying to group the 4, 5, and 6 together and to group the 0 to 2 and 3 together. We probably will hear some testimony today that making those type of bright lines might be a little bit more difficult given special IDA legislation and federal regulations, but we welcome your comments about how we might best address those age categories, particularly 3-year-olds. And then the last bill, or the last resolve, we'll talk about the immediate statutory language that we may want to adopt, again, as a committee and by the legislature. And the most prominent issue that we're looking at this point is moving the Part C, or 0 to 2, potentially 0 to 3, out of this quote CDS system to the Department of Health and the Department of Education. So that would be in statute. That was something that we would immediately look to adopt as a state. So again, those are 3 major categories that we're talking about. And again, just to review them, we're looking at those things that we need immediate focus: child find, centralized billing, what type of process we set up to address the future structure and delivery of service for Part B, which is the 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, potentially 3-year-olds, and then immediately making statutory changes to move Part C, which is the 0 to 2, potentially 3, to the Department of Health and Human Services. So at this point, I want to thank our staff person, Hillary Risler, who has done just a heroic job in pulling together these different concepts and drafting the language that you have before you at this point. And I know that she's going to be under some time pressure in order to draft the comments that will be presented today. A work session on these 3 bills has been set for 9 o'clock on Friday morning. And it's our intent to work the 3 bills and incorporate the comments that we hear at the public hearing today as we move forward on Friday. So I want to thank all the people that have been involved in the process up to this point, the advisory committee. And in particular, I want to thank Representative Millett and former Representative Richard Farnsworth, who both served on the advisory committee over the last year that helped develop a number of these recommendations. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I would defer to Representative Millet and ask if she would like any make additional comments on her bill and what content might be. And then after she's concluded her comment, I think we would, obviously there are no co-sponsors, we would turn to members of the public. And again, I would ask members of the public to feel free to comment on the proposal in its entirety and not look to break your comments down to individual bills. So thank you very much. And I would call on Representative Millet at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Brennan. That was actually very in-depth. I'm not really sure how much more I need to say. As you all know, there isn't any specific language aligned with my bill in particular. I would note that all three of the legislative vehicles are bills, which is really great because it gives us flexibility as to whether any and all of these issues does require any sort of immediate statutory change with or without resolved language. It really gives us the maximum ability to start addressing this issue. And then I guess the only other thing I would say is that we are indeed working the bills on Friday, but I have been very clear with leadership about how important this issue is. And if we are still in a position where we feel there is still more information or discussion or questions that need to be answered, that we should be able to get an extension to work this issue. And everybody understands it's just too important to be rushed. So with that, I'm really, it's time for us to hear from the stakeholders, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing their thoughts and ideas and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And that said, I've kind of, I know it's here, but here we go. These folks, and I'll just take them randomly as.
Senator, I think Representative Millet might have an additional question. I'm not sure.
Oh, all right, because I just moved that screen. Representative Millet.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Some of the stakeholders are aware of the fact that I have a public hearing in taxation on childcare tax credits.
Yeah.
So my apologies if I have to pop off for a little bit. It's certainly not reflective of how important this issue is. The timing could not have been worse.
Well, it just speaks to how busy we all are at the current time, but thank you very much. So we have the testimony separated by bill number, but if we would, I could go down through all three and speak to, have those that speak for first. Kathy Dion, and Kathy would be followed by Heather Martin and Nancy Cronin. And again, feel free to comment on any one of the three.
Senator, if I could just interrupt for a second.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Baker, could you send me the list of people who have signed up to testify?
Yes, Representative, I can resend it. Yep.
Thank you. I can't find it. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. So again, is good afternoon.
Also, Senator Woodson has his hand up too.
Oh, thank you very much. Ms. Dion, I'm not sure she can hear me. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. I'm a little confused here. We're talking about concepts and speaking on all the bills. Do the bills have any titles? I mean, how do we know who's talking what here?
Well, it's more in terms of the concepts, but those that have come in to speak if they can give us some ideas in terms of concerns or issues that they're looking for to target, it might help us in terms of finalizing a draft for the actual bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Dion is first up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Kathy Dion. I am the Executive Director for the Autism Society of Maine. We are based here in Winthrop. We are a statewide agency. I also am the parent of an adult son who is 27 years old with autism, and I live in Green. We are testifying in favor of LD 135, LD 255, and LD 386. Thank you for your hard work on these bills. These are complicated, but they're due for a lot of families. We've been living in a little bit of a limbo state for a couple of years here. And for me, having individuals with autism not receiving services, early intervention services for 0 to 2 and being on wait lists is difficult. We want to make sure that they're getting early intervention as early as we can get them in. And it's been difficult for the families for the last couple of years. So I really am in favor of the legislation that is being put in front. I think it still needs work, but I am in favor of that. I also am in favor of parents who can have choice of what they need for their children. So when we talk about the 3-year-olds, I think that parents do know what's best for their children. So giving them the opportunity to decide whether or not they keep their child in 0 to 2 or they move them up into the 4 to 5s and include him in that is going to be an important piece of the legislation. Some children who have autism are not going to be ready for that. Other children are going to need to stay to learn more skills so they can move up. But I do think that it's an important piece to have families who can have that choice. So that brings me to the 4 to 5-year-olds for the public school setting. Now is the time to do this. We know that there's been submitted federal legislation trying to get all pre-kindergarten fully funded through the federal government. Now would be the time to do this. Let's get the 4-year-olds in and get the pre-kindergarten in with the public school systems. That again, should and must include individuals with disabilities. That I can't state that enough, that we need to make sure that children with disabilities are included in that. And we can test the waters and then we'll see what happens after that. So we can add those 3-year-olds. But right now, I think we need to give the parents the choice for the 3-year-olds, let the 4 to 5-year-olds go up and make sure that we are getting early intervention services for those 0 to 2-year-olds. And if we have to source that out, then we can source some of that out. So that is kind of where we're standing on some of these issues. And I hope you can put them in whatever parts of the legislation you need. I do thank you for saying we can do it as a whole testimony, because I too myself found reading the draft bill very confusing and it bounced you back and forth. So you do have a very difficult task ahead of you, but I did try to put it into perspectives of the age ranges that I was looking at, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Any questions of Kathy Dion at this time, folks? And my screen get a little bit bigger. I have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your testimony. And this is more an overall clarification, and maybe this will help Senator Woodson as well. All of these testimonies will be reflected as part of the draft language of the CDS bill that Hillary sent out to us the other day. So there's different pieces that are addressed within that one bill as opposed to looking at the individual bills. Am I correct in saying that?
I think you are, yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's what I was going by. Okay.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Dion, thank you for being with us. In your opinion, the wait list that you talk about for services, is that more a function of lack of money on the part of the current agency or lack of human capital out there to fill positions?
Well, I think in a way it's both. When we started this process with CDS, we started losing members of CDS. So then that dropped it down a little bit. And now we have the work shortages that are happening. So we really need to come back to having these children that are 0 to 2 having full access to what they really need. And with autism, that's so important to have this early intervention, to having children diagnosed under the age of 3, receiving services under the age of 2. We know they're getting diagnosed under the age of 2. So we need to be providing services and not have them on a wait list for certain, whether it's therapies or it's even some meetings are taking longer. Parents are calling and they're saying that their CDS isn't able to provide them with certain services. They have to wait. They can't get into like a speech or OT therapist. So I think it's a combination of everything.
Thank you. Can I have just a very brief follow-up?
Please.
So what I'm hearing you say is that part of the problem, one of the problems was some employees started to hear rumblings about major change and made some career decisions based on that. And
yeah,
so that's
yeah, we've lost people within the CDS system, and there's some really good people that were working within these programs. So and we've been in, like I said, limbo, and moving us forward is definitely needed at this point because we know that children are waiting for services.
Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any additional questions. Thank you very much, Kathy, for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to do so.
Thank you.
Next up will be Heather Martin. She's also a proponent. Heather will be followed by Nancy Cronin, Peter Lindsay, and Rita Furlow.
Hello, how are you? Thank
well.
you. Good. Thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Heather Martin, and I'm here to testify today on behalf of the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children. And as you mentioned, we are in support of all 3 bills. One particular topic I want to talk about is particularly transitioning the 4-year-olds under the SAUs. So establishing this process and timeline for implementation for this transition for the provision of early childhood special education services with disabilities from 4 years of age to 6 years of age from CDS to school administrative units, we see provides a good opportunity to strengthen communication and partnerships between childcare programs and public schools. So we support this transition, but we really want to put an emphasis on ensuring that children are met with services in their least restrictive environments. I think this is going to be very important, as mentioned prior, that there is a lot of support among the federal government and within our state to expand public pre-K programming to children in our state. What we know is that we have, many community childcare programs who children currently receive services in, their special education services. And we think it's important that families have the option within their school districts to have their children serviced in the settings that are appropriate for them. These settings could include elementary school, family childcare programs, Head Starts, and our childcare centers within those communities. The location of where children receive the services and needs of the families can be illustrated through current implementation of public school programming. The programming is not always what works best for families if it's within the public school system. For a lot of families, it does work. For some families, there's other needs such as childcare outside of those school hours and other issues, or it could just even be location of their workplace where they need to have their child closer to them to where they work. So if their child needs the continuity that is provided by attending a childcare program as an infant, toddler, or preschooler, or if the smaller group size of a family childcare is what is the best fit for a family, we would hope that they would be able to have those services still received within those settings. So therefore, families with children who qualify for special education services need to have those options that best fit themselves and their family. Having this choice will be essential in the successful implementation of early childhood special education services under the provision of school provision of the school administrative units. This will provide flexibility for children whose least restrictive environment may even be outside the school district's building or town. So we hope that that can be taken into heavy consideration, that least restrictive environment be the key to serving children, you know, at all ages within the system. And, you know, and I can speak to as personally as a someone who's been a child care educator in the classroom for many years. It's really upsetting when students get pulled from my classroom because the service model can be implemented from the system better, but it may not be what's best for the child. So for example, I've had families refuse their special education services that their child qualified for because they did not want to pull them from my program because of the gains they were already making within my program, the relationships they had already built with teachers and children within them, and also for that family's work schedule. So that would be our hope from a child care provider perspective, that we really take that into consideration into how these systems are restructured. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, folks? We appreciate it very much.
Mr.
Heather.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have a question. Thank you. I mean, I'm on my iPad. It takes forever to get to the raised hand. Heather, are you aware of examples in other states where that ecosystem that you just described exists? And if so, for Friday, if you could send examples of that. And I know it's a really big ask, any sort of supportive legislation that put that in place. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to give you those resources, and I am available for that work session Friday if there was any other perspective from the childcare field that would be helpful for all of you.
It would be, and thank you very much for doing that. We appreciate it.
Wonderful.
Not seeing any other questions. So folks, just for your understanding, I'm going through all three lists for anyone that signed up to speak for. I had no opponents in terms of speaking requests. And then I will go through the list of neither for nor against. And obviously, several of you signed up for all three bills. We'll give you an opportunity to speak. And I assume it will only take you one opportunity, should be plenty. Next up will be Nancy Cronin, then followed by Peter Lindsay and Rita Furlow. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Nancy Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. First off, thank you for the work you have already put in determining the best way of providing early intervention and education services for our youngest children. I also want to thank you for the opportunity that I had to serve as the previous advisory committee chair. Until now, I've tried really hard to balance my comments based on what I heard from the advisory committee, but today I will not testify from that point of view. I will testify as the executive director of the MDDC. I know that you are fully aware that the system has been in limbo for quite some time. Frustrations with budgeting, staffing issues, and children's unmet needs. It is important to move from limbo to a road. It is not possible, in my opinion, to get it all right, but it is possible to set us on a road to move us from limbo to action and progress. This is necessary work, as providing the right service early could alleviate and can even eliminate developmental issues. By far, early intervention and education is the most cost-effective intervention, but it does require investment. I would like to take the opportunity for a few suggestions. Part C, 0 to 3. Move Part C services to be overseen by the department in the same vein as outlined in the PCG Phase 2 report. It is important that the department take a role of overseer to ensure that children receive the services that they need. In the same vein, the department should not be the provider of services, because as provider, they will not be able to act as the overseer. This is true for a great many reasons, including a lack of objective perspective of how service provision is matching need, and the lack of a clear due process structure where parents and providers can go to challenge services. Extend Part C services through the age of 3. Some children will likely do very well in Part C services, and the best option for them might be to continue that. IDEA provides an extension should a state opt to do so, and I suggest that you put in statute that Maine should take that option. This will provide parents who choose, whose children are already in Part C and are eligible for Part B 619, the required flexibility to either remain in Part C or move to whatever is available in the Part B 619 system. Part B 619, 3-year-olds. Move the remaining 3-year-olds and all the 4 to 5-year-olds to be served through their community school services. This will dissolve child developmental services at the end of the transition process, which I'll talk about in a minute, or what I suggest in a minute. For 3-year-olds, unfortunately, every family will not have the opportunity to stay in the Part C system, even if they want to. Some children will be identified at the age of 3, and IDEA will not allow us to go backwards to Part C, only forwards. They have to start at their age. And those 3-year-olds will also need a stable system. And the law that requires service provision for those children is Part B 619. MDDC does not believe that most schools are ready to provide services for 3-year-olds at this time. However, we have complete confidence that our schools could manage the IEP process for those children. But schools will need clear guidance on how to work with service providers, child care providers, Head Start, speech therapists, like the testimony you heard before, who will provide services in other settings. The setting that is least restrictive and most inclusive. That means they will need to depend on contracting out services. This is largely what the PCG report also suggested, maximizing community resources. Many states do this. MDDC recommends that you add legislative language to direct the Department of Education to use current CDS staff and develop regional guidance to help school districts know how to conduct child find, and contracted services, and measure success for 3-year-olds, Part B 619 services. 4 to 5-year-olds. Most schools have public pre-K, and for those who don't, they should. Use this vehicle to support universal public pre-K in Maine. This will create a place for children with and without disabilities to receive the needed early education program, which have proven best for all kids. Of course, IDEA is, in general, a brilliant piece of legislation. It is based on the individual need, not the service model. For example, if a child needs to continue in a special purpose program because that is what the team deems best for that child, there's nothing that will be stopping them. It'll be a team decision. We're suggesting a 3-year transition period to the new early intervention and education model. Make these changes over 3 years. The first year should be a planning year. Direct the department to work collaboratively with clear stakeholders and develop a transition plan for CDS to dissolve and Part C and Part B 619 to be moved as suggested. That plan should be detailed with clear milestones and timelines, and direct the department to present those 2 specific plans to you by February 15th, 2022. Then you can review it, tweak it, and change it. You can even stop things at that point or move things or make a longer transition plan if you need. But it sets the road. Year 2, the committee should receive updates on the plan. And year 3, same as the second, updates on the plan. But at every single year, allow yourself to be able to introduce legislation as needed so that should unforeseen circumstances occur, they can be addressed by this body in a timely fashion. Transition Advisory Committee. Authorize a Transition Advisory Committee to the Education Committee. Ask the committee to provide advice on both Part C and Part B 619 system progress. Expect recommendations or comments annually to you throughout the process in a way that presents both benefits and negatives to the plan. It is critical that stakeholders that are for this and critical of it have a voice, and this will allow that to happen. Centralized billing system. Consider working with either Maine Care to provide the centralized billing system or the Division of Administration and Finances, DAFs. The billing will be complex and will require negotiations with multiple insurance companies for the state.
Right now, every school is supposed to be doing this with insurance companies and main care, which is why it's not happening. But having somebody who knows how to do it once is a beautiful idea. DHHS uses the DAF's Division of Administration and Finances to manage their contracts through the DHHS Service Center. There is already precedence of having one department use a different department. Consider asking the DOE to collaborate with main care or DAS to run a DOE service center so that accountants and insurance specialists can handle the intricacies of Medicaid and insurance billings for DOE. We are in complete support with the resolve regarding Child Find. Thank you for providing the opportunity to weigh in about these critical systems. I'm happy to answer any questions and will make myself available at the work session.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's a request that Ms. Cronin and anyone else that testifies, if they could send a written copy of the testimony to Hillary so we could have it.
Happily.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions, so just want to thank you for being here today. We appreciate all your ideas and testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have two more speakers those would be Peter Lindsay, and Peter will be followed by Rita Frillo.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name's Peter Lindsay. I serve on the board of the Maine Children's Alliance, and I've also worked on early care and education issues for many years in the Mid-Coast area and statewide with several of you. I'm now retired and live in lovely North Yarmouth. I strongly support this effort and applaud all of you for working on this redesign. And I did want to mention Senator Woodson that I've already submitted this in writing as well, but I strongly support your efforts to redesign the early intervention system. I really believe we need to start early, to identify any early delays, and then to provide our very youngest children, and when I say youngest, I mean really those 0 to 2, with a strong foundation for future learning and living. I'm sure you've all received the 2021 Maine Kids Count data book. Hopefully you've already seen it. There's some smaller print in some of that I just wanted to highlight. I was surprised and disappointed to find that in 2019, pre-COVID year, but only 77 Maine children under the age of 1, and that's less than 1%, were identified and connected to services to address developmental delays. So Maine was tied for last place among all the 50 states in terms of that early intervention. And Maine doesn't do much better when we get up to the first 3 years, the 0 to 3. Maine's Child Development Services, in its latest numbers, serve less than 3% of children birthed to age 3. So Maine still ranks very low. It's 40, moved up from 50th, and it's not 50th in this one, it's 41st, but still low. And there is national research that between 13 and 20% of children under age 3 could benefit from early interventions efforts. So we have a long way that we're not identifying and reaching people. So I think it's really important that Maine needs to design a system that works across the state in both rural and more urban areas, and that we need to invest both in the system and, as others have already mentioned, in our workforce, so that there are the therapists and skilled professionals to make the early identifications and then provide the therapies to address any developmental delays. Really believe that we need in Maine a robust system, because when challenges are identified and early on, children have a much better chance of being prepared for school and life. And also, the older the child is, the more difficult it is to mitigate those challenges. And I think most of you realize this, but it is also more expensive. Currently, again, from the data book, currently Maine has 162,777 Maine students in grades 1 through 12 receiving special educations. That makes, again, our state has the highest rate in the nation of that special education rate. Reducing these numbers is good for families, it's good for the children because they're identified earlier, it's good for the schools, and it's good for bottom line. So I just wanted to say, I again support all three bills, however it works its way out. I'm really giving you sort of a larger picture of why I think these are important to keep moving forward. I think you have the opportunity to really improve the CDS system across Maine, but I want to emphasize that it will take investment, not only in the services, but in the practices, but it will also take that kind of investment in our workforce. As it was already mentioned, we've been losing good people, and to keep people and attract them to these services is going to be important. These bills will help plan for a strong foundation for children, I believe, and a strong foundation for children will lead to a stronger state and help meet our future needs for a healthy and vibrant workforce across Maine for all of our questions. And thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, sir, we want to again thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here and sharing your ideas. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
The last person I have scheduled for speaking for would be Rita Furlow. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name's Rita Furlow. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Maine Children's Alliance. It's very nice to follow Peter Lindsay, who helps to shorten my testimony because he provides you with a number of the in particular the data pieces that I was planning to share with you. So I will move to some other points. I think the most important being is that now is the time. You have had a advisory committee with Representative Millett, former Representative Farnsworth, and Nancy Cronin, who spent significant amounts of time last year working on bringing you a proposal along with PCG, which I really commend for the work that they did. And so we are in particular very supportive of the changes that are being suggested around billing, making sure that we are fully taking advantage of Medicaid the way the vast majority of other states are doing to help us pay for these services. And so we're very pleased and think that that should definitely be a major priority, and would also recommend that you include in the advisory council that would be appointed someone from the Medicaid office, not just one person from the Department of Health and Human Services. You may also want to have someone from the Office of Child and Family Services, but I think you desperately need someone from the Medicaid office participating in this process. So we also totally agree with the recommendations related to child find. It is a critical part of this that we need to fix, that we have really been failing children by not identifying them early. And I also would urge you the committee to look into something called Help Me Grow. It is a system that has just been proposed by the Office of Child and Family Services to help families make the right connections and to make sure that children and families don't fall through the cracks in referrals, for example, between pediatricians and CDS, or perhaps a private provider. So we urge that be considered as part of the recommendations around Child Find. We'd also like to note what the PCG report recommended to you about the consideration around an early childhood division or department. I know that that's a large topic, but I believe part of the failures of CDS are related to the fact that we have this bifurcated system that has pieces of it in over in the CDC, pieces in Child Development Services, pieces in the Department of Ed that do not necessarily communicate and work together the way that they could. And numbers of states are moving in this direction. And we urge you in the long run to think about making those kinds of changes as well. We agree that it's time to move CDS to the Department of Education. We also want to make sure, though, that if that's the only thing that happens, you will not fix the problems that exist. We really believe strongly that you have to look at the other elements that are in the PCG report around how that needs to happen. And we're worried that if you don't do that, and some of that isn't really laid out in the resolve or in the legislation, that that move may not necessarily bring the results that you're hoping for. And we also struggle with the 3-year-olds and the process. If a Part C option is indeed available, we believe that part of this all is going to be a transition over time, that we recognize this isn't going to happen immediately. But I think that we also do need to remember the points that PCG made, that you will just start seeing people leaving these positions if they think, well, my job's ending in a year or 2 years, I might as well leave now. There does have to be a timeline that is going to allow people to make good decisions for themselves, and hopefully move to school districts or some sort of regional positions. In terms of the advisory council, we want to make sure that you are including parents, and please just don't include one parent. We have been working with parents over the last several years through something called the Parent Ambassador Program, and being a lone parent among a group of a dozen professionals can be intimidating. Please include several parents to provide them with some some support of one another, and make sure that that is a process that isn't intimidating for them. And I'm sorry if I'm going over, but a few other points. I'm worried about the lack of any discussion around improving access to providers. It is a critical part of this. We need to do something about the fact that there are waiting lists for speech and language pathologists in this state. And I think you need to address that in this legislation this session, whether it's providing scholarships, whether it's paying for student loans, whether it's going out of state to get, virtual services. I don't know, but I think that needs to be addressed quickly. And finally, I'd urge you to think about, should you consider setting this up so that we hire someone who has successfully run a system in another state that we'd like to emulate. This has been an issue for 20 years, and we just don't seem to be able to fix it. So maybe this is time to look some other places that have done this successfully. And I would also just like to say 18 years ago, my son was identified at the age of 2 and went through early intervention services in CDS. And that we had a very successful process, and that my son, when he received some speech and language, occupational therapy, physical therapy, when he went to public school, he was never in need of any additional service. And I think it is so critical that we identify kids early, because we can, as Peter Lindsay noted, if we do intervene early, we will ultimately save the state money in terms of the long-term special education costs that we pay as a state and what we pay for our local school districts, and have children who have better outcomes. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your efforts and urge you to continue to make this happen this session. Thank you.
Senator Rafferty?
I think Senator Rafferty might not be. Thank you, Ms. Furlow, for your comments. We appreciate you being here, and I'd ask, are there any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Furlow? Representative Dodge, and then Representative Millette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Furlow, for being here this afternoon. My question for you is this. Do you have specific pieces of advice that you could offer either at the work session or as we move forward about protecting and keeping those providers? If you have specifics, I have had folks reach out to me who have said, well, then I'll go into private practice, or I'm moving to a different area. If there are specifics that we need to know, that would, I think, be very helpful, particularly considering that we have wait lists and shortages. We want to keep this moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Furlow, for your testimony. In regards to the CDS employee situation, which I think is very concerning, would love folks, including yourself, to dig into that a little bit more and think about specifically what we can do to ameliorate their concerns. So would that involve specific pathways, so like developing specific pathways for those employees, whether it's to stay with Part C, to become a Part B, Part C, or transitioning to districts of their choice. You know, as everyone has said, we were at the point where we have to make this so. That requires specificity. The more specificity from stakeholders, the least likely the legislature is going to mess this up. So I'm using this particular example to reinforce that. Please consider that in regards to all of the issues related to centralized billing, child find, Part C, and Part B. I do think that, so if you have ideas right now, I would love to hear them, but for the work session, any and all who are listening, please forward them to us. Thank you.
Yes, I do not have any very specific thoughts to share at the moment, but I absolutely will look into that. I'm also thinking of in the past when there are times when various public employees' positions have ended, and the state has at times created a process in which they've worked with organizations where those individuals may go work. And I know that they've done some, the human resources offices have done some work around things like that. So yes, I'm happy to look into some of that and try to bring some specific suggestions.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I would just say, Ms. Risler, if you are aware of any examples that recent examples of transitions like this and how that was handled, that would be useful for the work session.
So any other questions for Ms. Furlow? Seeing none, thank you. It's good to see you, and thanks for being here. And I'm sure we'll see you on Friday at the work session.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yep. So next up, I got to the list here. We had Sam. Who did you have as being next?
I think, Representative, that we've exhausted everybody in favor of the bills, so we might be circling back to the
Okay,
neithers
right.
now.
Okay, so now we're
and so I have Andrea Richards as the.
We have those people speaking neither for nor against, and the first person we have is Andrea Richards. Hello, Ms. Richards. Thank you for being with us today, and you can go forward with your comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to offer consolidated testimony in regards to the bills being drafted to adopt recommendations from the PCG report. My name is Andrea Richards. I'm the Director of Early Childhood Services at UCP of Maine. I oversee 2 preschool programs in the Bangor area for children who need extra adult support in order to succeed. While the needs of the children we work with may vary, the training received by staff is very specialized. I'm a certified special education teacher for children birth to 5, a licensed clinical counselor, and a behavior analyst. I have a master's degree in education and have worked in behavioral health for 14 years. I work with many individuals with similar backgrounds to mine, from behavior analyst to clinical social worker to certified teacher to support teacher with decades of experience working with children. We spend a lot of time on trainings within our program. We provide training on de-escalation and how to help children calm down when they're overwhelmed, dysregulated, or frustrated. We provide training on using applied behavior analysis to teach new skills like toileting, playing with friends, or writing their name. We provide training on our research-based curriculum and how to assess when and how the children are learning new skills. We also coordinate trainings with the occupational therapists, speech therapists, and other professionals working with our students. When the state of Maine adjusts its system for working with young children, I hope that the experience, training, and expertise that exists within special purpose preschools is seen as a resource for the community. The public schools in our state are full of smart, creative educators and administrators. I want to be clear that I don't question the capabilities of public schools at all. What the special purpose preschools have is a structured, friendly environment that can help children learn new skills and increase their safety so that when they join public school, they can be successful. We want to see all of our students joining a class with their friends to learn and play. We want them to be included as much as possible. We want to assist the kids who need another year or 2 of extra support before they join the mainstream classroom environment. When you consider the details of how to adjust the oversight and programming of education for young children, please remember special purpose preschools. Build us into that system. We want to help educate Maine's children too. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Richards, for your comments and for being with us today. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Carrie Woodcock, who's speaking neither for nor against. So
Good afternoon. I emailed Sam and let him know that I'd be able to listen in, but unfortunately, I am on the road trying to get my daughter to an appointment, and the delay caused me to not be able to testify today, but I have provided a new written comment, and because I'm driving, I want to be safe. So you have my written testimony, and if there's any follow-up questions, you have my contact information as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we will look at your written comments.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We'll now go to Elizabeth Conway, who is speaking neither for nor against. Welcome, Ms. Conway, and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the committee. I'm Lisa Conway. I am Executive Director of Coastal Kids Preschool in Damariscotta. Coastal Kids provides a high quality and developmentally appropriate preschool program for children of all incomes and abilities. Our inclusive program serves over 100 students and their families per year. And 1/3 of our licensed spots are allocated for children with diagnosed disabilities.
Ms.
We
Conway,
are the largest.
Ms. Conway, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I just got called. I have to go to another committee. And so I really need to hand the gavel over to Representative Millette, who would pick up at this point. And again, I apologize for leaving, and I look forward to reading your testimony, but I'm sure Representative Millette will take good care of you. Thank you.
I did submit written. You can get to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So go right ahead. Proceed.
All right. So back to Coastal Kids. We are an inclusive program serving a little over 100 students per year in Damariscotta, and 1/3 of our licensed slots are allocated for children with diagnosed disabilities. We're the largest provider of preschool special education services in the Mid-Coast region. Coastal Kids has been a contracted provider of CDS services for over 25 years, providing specially designed instruction within our inclusive program. Throughout this time, we have seen good efforts by our regional CDS to provide timely services, to provide PT, OT, and speech therapists, and to facilitate one-on-one support services for our students. Unfortunately, though, CDS has often been hampered by low budgets, transportation issues for children from more remote towns, and by lack of available therapists, which was mentioned earlier as well. There is also a significant lack of contracted programs in our region, so many students end up underserved or on our wait list through no fault of CDS. There just aren't enough programs to adequately serve all the children who need them. I strongly support any legislation that will allow my school and others like it to better serve all of our youngest learners, especially those who have diagnosed special needs. This legislation may well be the opportunity we're hoping for if it will establish a new system for delivering early intervention services that will better meet the needs of our students. For these 3 bills to be successful, though, I urge you to consider the following points. The first, school district readiness and capacity. Time is needed to assess and build district capacity for supporting young learners with special needs. Districts will need to have qualified administrators, early childhood specialists, therapists, including OT, PT, and speech, trained in early childhood, and special educators with birth through 5 282s, not just giving temporary certificates to K-8 special education staff. The role and value of special purpose programs should also be addressed. Second, funding. Simply transferring funds from CDS to SAUs won't fix everything, and it will be critical to determine the costs and additional funding needed for a truly successful transition. 3, staffing. Will DOE therapists have early childhood backgrounds, and will private programs who serve toddlers and younger pre-K students be supported with expedited pathways to getting staff certified as birth through 5 282 providers? The fourth on my list, transition leadership. Move my notes down a little. Transition leadership. It is critical that stakeholders be involved to avoid further destabilization of the system and to negate any barriers to accessing vital support. A legislative non-departmental advisory committee should develop the timeline and plan for transition similar to the committee previously created to facilitate the PCG report. And this advisory committee should remain in place to provide monitoring, troubleshooting, and leadership throughout the implementation process. And finally, implementation itself. For towns like mine, Damariscotta, that don't already have public pre-K, will the DOE contract with private programs like mine to continue our work and continue serving these children? Or will local public schools be supported in starting their public pre-K programs in order to best serve all children in an LRE setting? In our town, the public school does not currently have infrastructure, space, or staff to provide such programming for pre-K. So we've already been talking about the what ifs of Coastal Kids serving in that role, let alone space or programming or infrastructure to support toddlers or younger pre-K students. So while I support state level systemic changes that will better provide access to early childhood education and the quality of early childhood programming, I believe that robust measures are still needed to ensure that the changes recommended in these bills are positive ones for all students, especially those with special needs who currently attend inclusive programs like mine or special purpose preschools, and those who will do so in the future. School district readiness and capacity, funding, staffing, transition leadership, and clear implementation strategies are critical to the success of these bills. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Conway? I just want to thank you for your testimony. I was frantically trying to take notes and then realized that you had said that you've submitted it. So very grateful because there's a lot of really great information in there. My question for you would be, why, in your opinion, is there a lack of contracted programs in Midcoast? What are the barriers?
The barriers in my mind immediately are the funding for such programs that, for example, Coastal Kids runs with 100 students over the course of a year. Tuition from families, including the state funding streams for children with special needs, covers only 70% of our operating costs, leaving us to fundraise $300,000 a year just to keep afloat. I think other programs in this area have either closed or can't keep up with that. And it leaves us with a number of small programs and home daycares, but not any larger programs like ours in this particular area. It's an ongoing struggle. We wish there were more. We wish there was another the size of ours in the Mid-Coast, and I think it would be filled with a waiting list as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Conway.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have Erin Fraser from DOE up next.
Yes, Representative Millette, and also this was a joint one with, there's Erin Fraser and Dr. Roberta Lucas and Jamie Michel. It's like joint DOE testimony.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Erin Frazier, the Maine Department of Education's Director of Special Services, birth to 22, and I'm representing the department and speaking neither for nor against proposed legislative documents that were reviewed previously. The department supports the concept of bringing Part C program under the Department of Education, Office of Special Services, and transitioning the Part B Section 619 program to the school administrative units. There are areas within the proposed bill and resolves that have raised legal concerns, as well as some areas that need possible refinement. Section 4 of the proposed bill sets forth the department's responsibility for Part C for children from ages birth to 4, and Part B, Section 619, responsibility for children ages 4 to 6. The Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, does not allow Part C to be extended for all 3-year-old children until the age of 4. A 3-year-old who has been identified as a student with a disability pursuant to Part B of IDEA is entitled to a free, appropriate public education. A state may offer an extended Part C option that can only apply to a subset of eligible 3 to 5-year-olds. And that option requires that the child previously received intervention services pursuant to Part C, that the child was evaluated and determined to be eligible with a disability pursuant to Part B, and that the parent provides informed consent to remain in C. The parent can change their mind at any time, and the student must immediately be offered FAPE under Part B. Assuming Maine considers an option to delay preschool until 4 years of age, the extended option may only provide services for up to 127 children. By selecting the extended option, parents are electing to delay FAPE. This number was calculated based on a review of the data of the 2 states in the country that implemented the extended option. Their data states that on average of 10 to 15% of parents elected to participate. In 2019, Maine had 636 children who are 3 in CDS and Part B. It's important to note that the extended eligibility option are not inclusive for all 3-year-old children with disabilities. In Section 620A, subsection 7209, Section 7209, subsection 3A is amended to read that the IEU shall engage in a series of activities for children at least 4 years of age and until 6 years of age. Under the federal IDEA statute and regulations on a child's 3rd birthday, the state's educational agency, SAUs, or an IEU are responsible for ensuring the child is eligible for FAPE. A general statement of for children at least 4 years of age would not meet the federal obligation of FAPE at age 3. In Section 720A MRS, Section 7209, subsection 4 contains annual reporting on 3 to 5-year-old children. These children will become the responsibility of the SAUs in the same manner as 5 now to 22-year-old students, and such reporting requirements do not exist in statute for the school age population. The requirements under this section are completed annually by CDS and included within the department's annual report for the legislature. It has been anticipated that the SAUs would implement Part B, Section 619, Special Education and Related Services under the supervision of the Special Education Director at the SAUs, and the SAUs would contract with community-based and private providers that are currently working with CDS to provide services for 3-year-old children. Sections 9 and 11 of the proposed bill amends the Department of Health and Human Services statute regarding referrals for birth defects from DHHS and referrals for newborn hearing. The statute provisions change the designation from CDS to Department of Education, which is appropriate. This is currently occurring in Part C programming and would not need to be in the resolve on child fine. In addition, under the federal IDEA CAPTA, Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, these referrals are to be made from DHHS to CDS weekly. These activities are occurring under the direction of a memorandum of understanding between the DOE and DHHS. With regard to the resolve for transition of regional CDS to SAUs, As the department provided in the CDS orientation to the Joint Committee in April, the Office of Special Services has initiated discussions with school administrative units and is developing an infrastructure that may support a transition of the responsibilities of the 3 to 5-year-olds from the CDS system to SAUs. There are 24 SAUs that have contracts currently and are serving 3 to 5-year-olds. CDS is in negotiations with approximately 7 SAUs in Southern Maine to increase programming for preschool children starting in the fall of 2021. Children are frequently referred to CDS at the age of 3 when providers and parents begin to have concerns. The number of referrals that have historically occurred at age 3 are approximately 250 in a given year. Currently, CDS is serving the following numbers of children. They're serving 721 3-year-olds, 1,331 4-year-olds, and 1,106 5-year-olds. As a reminder, the department submitted additional information regarding the U.S. Department of Education's regulation on the Part C option. And also, I just want to mention the department encourages you to invite Assistant Attorney General Forster to the work session scheduled on Friday, May 21st. For these reasons, the Department of Education is neither for nor against the amended language in the following LDs, LD 135, LD 255, and LD 386. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have at this time, and I will be available for the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Was that your testimony for Ms. Michaud and Ms. Lucas as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are there any questions for the department? So am I understanding correctly that it's the department's anticipation that there will no longer be reporting for special education services for grades ages 4 through 6 with the transference to SAUs?
No, that's not the expectation. There are reporting requirements under IDEA Part B that we currently oversee through our Federal Coordinated Programs Office.
But currently the legislature is receiving reporting for that age group, correct?
And the federal government is.
All right. And so I'm asking, will the legislature continue to receive reporting on that age group?
Yes.
Because I believe that was the intent of the language that was written in the bill. And it sounded to me like you were expressing that was not necessary.
I think that the SAUs would take ownership of those populations, and the federal reporting that we already do in those age cohorts for Part B 619 would be able to be provided. At this point, though, if the DOE and CDS isn't running the system that's supporting the education for 3 to 5-year-olds, it would be more challenging for us to report out on that level because we're no longer the LEA that's providing the service to the children. The SAUs are.
Wouldn't the department be the oversight agency?
Yes, we are right now for all public schools. So we would continue to oversee all public schools, but we would no longer be running the LEA that provides the service for 3 to 5.
Yeah, and I understand the difference between running and oversight, but so my question would be, given the importance of the special education services for this age group, wouldn't the department want to have the ability to put together a picture of how these services are going for this age group? And I will say, as a legislature, I would want to know as well.
We would definitely monitor very carefully the 3 to 5-year-olds through our federal reporting obligation. And I think that was the reason for our testimony and belief of that, because we would no longer be running the educational process for them. So we would be doing that monitoring as part of the entire B system. I don't know, Roberta, if you want to add anything to help clarify.
Sure. The data that we collect for 3 to 5-year-olds would continue, that we report in the legislative report that we give to you annually. That data would still be collected, but it would be reported on, it would continue to be reported in our federal reports. It's much the same data that we report federally, but it would be available to legislators if we needed to, or if you wanted that report to continue.
Would you understand that perhaps in this situation with a large shift, that perhaps there may be some individuals who would find comfort in continuing to receive that information?
Absolutely, absolutely. But the data would still be available, and it's collected already. And so it would just be continuing the legislative report that we do, and the data would still be available because we would continue to collect the data that is requested in that report.
Thank you. And while we've been discussing, does anybody else have any questions arisen for anyone else? Before I ask my next one? Okay. So Ms. Fraser, you mentioned that there was no need to have language in about the referrals from DHHS because it's already happening through a memorandum of understanding. What would be the harm of making sure that this is made clear in statute, just in case, as most recently happened, a memorandum of understanding was not in place?
I just wanted to inform the committee and the constituents that there is an MOU and memorandum of understanding between DHHS and CDS, and we work closely with all of the mechanisms within CDS that are monitoring birth defects or looking at drug impact, those kind of things. We have MOUs to make sure that there are certain things that are a kind of clear referral to CDS. And I just wanted to let people know that that MOU exists and that there are mechanisms that are very clear and targeted for CDS. And I don't know, Jamie, if you wanted to say anything further about that.
I would just reiterate that there are strong and effective practices currently in place to ensure that CDS is receiving notification of all of those children who are born with a birth defect or a hearing concern through Maine Newborn Hearing, and also a list of conditions from the Maine Newborn Blood Spot Program. So actually a couple additional sets of programs under DHHS that are part of our MOU.
Thank you. Looks like I was the only one with questions, so appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much.
Sam, we seem to be ready now for Jeff McKay.
Yes, Representative.
And Representative McCray, I just want to give you a heads up that that I am eventually going to be heading over to taxation. So just be ready if I give the hey sign. Our numbers are dwindling.
Good luck, everybody.
Mr. McKay, please proceed.
I better wake up.
Thank you, Representative Millett. It still takes me a little bit to say representative. So it's great to see the folks from the Education Committee. My name is Jeff McCabe. I serve as the Director of Legislation and Politics for the Maine Service Employees Association. We are a labor union representing 13,000 members statewide, including our members that work for CDS. We're here to speak neither for nor against today, all three of these bills. And first of all, I just want to recognize the work that this committee has done, continues to do around this issue. It's so important, the work, to try to figure out the goal of delivering these vital services to children from Kittery to Fort Kent and all points in between. And I just continue to think about locations in rural Maine, especially, in trying to get these services out. We have continued to try to meet with our members to discuss and propose changes, to answer questions, and also provide them an opportunity to raise questions that they may have in this process as this process has continued, and it has spanned several legislative sessions. So we appreciate that opportunity. We've listened today. We've heard some of the comments from other folks. I have provided written testimony that has a number of concerns that our members have raised, and I'll just hit on a couple. And I also wanted the opportunity to just recognize that the CDS employees deserve a great deal of respect. Their continued dedication to Maine's children and their willingness to continue their work so diligently despite years of uncertainty in regards to the future of CDS is something that should be recognized and spoken to today. CDS for a number of years was really starved for adequate resources, at times forcing bills to pile up and creating problems of recruitment and retention. We continue to see that. We're aware that CDS is trying to address those concerns, but overall, we just want to make sure that any transition for these employees has these folks landing on their feet and also addressing concerns that may come up. I know that Representative Millette in the past has raised this issue of if CDS employees were to go over to the DOE, there would be an issue of the fact that right now they are part of the Social Security system. They are not part of the Maine PERS retirement system, and what that transition might look like for those folks. So I just wanted to raise that up. I know that you're all familiar with the penalties that exist for folks when they are part of the Maine PERS system, when they've paid into the Social Security system, and the struggles that public sector workers have faced. So while today's hearing, a lot of the discussion is about these key services. We agree those key services are vital, but it's important for us to provide a voice to those concerns around retirement security and other things for our workers. So we wanted to raise those up. We also did meet with some of our CDS folks last night. If there is any sort of transition stakeholder group, there are folks that are CDS employees, longtime employees that would be more than willing to share their experience. And I think that they might even make themselves available to the committee. You may hear from some of them in some written testimony. You may hear from them directly reaching out to you. But we just wanted to offer that up and try to facilitate that. And if there's an opportunity for folks to meet offline with those folks, we could facilitate that as well. And with that, I know you've had a long day and a lot of work before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Honorable McCabe. I should have referred to you that way the first time. My apologies.
That's okay, Representative.
Any questions for the Honorable McCabe? Come on, you guys. Can't be the only one. Okay, apparently I am. So has there ever been a transition like we would see from Social Security to MEPers that resolve things equitably for the employees? Or are we in uncharted territory here?
I do see there's a representative who has some nodding or shaking of his head who, I'm unfamiliar with a smooth transition. I am aware that there are some municipalities here in the state that for purposes of incentivizing hiring do give individuals sort of credits towards retirement, but that would require coordinating with Maine PERS to probably buy people's time into the Maine PERS system. I know there was a bill before the Labor Committee as far as allowing folks within municipal government in the city of Bangor to receive a service credit or just sort of buy back in. So I think that's probably what would need to be looked at in that situation. And I can reach out to Maine PERS and see what that would look like, Representative.
Again, right, it's all fine and good to be talking about this transition conceptually, and when you start dealing with reality, it gets pretty messy pretty quickly. So that would be very helpful if you could, and also Ms. Risler and the department, I'm sure you're still listening. This is a pretty significant issue. I would imagine the department must have been thinking about this, so I'd be interested to hear from them and on Friday what their solution to this problem is. Any questions? Going once, going twice? Thank you very much,
Thank
Honorable
you.
McCabe.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Laura Cordes, Max B.
Good afternoon, Representative
Afternoon.
Millett, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's good to be with you. My name is Laura Cordes.
Ms. Cordes?
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Is anyone else? Yes, Sam is also as well. So maybe if you can get a little closer to your computer or wherever your microphone is. Thank you. We want to make sure to hear everything you have to say.
Thank you. I'm hoping this is better. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Cordes. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. MAXPE is a statewide association of more than 70 organizations providing services and support for thousands of children, adolescents, and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities throughout our state so that they can live full lives in the community. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on the bills being drafted to adopt recommendations from the PCG report, LD 135, LD 255, and LD 386. Representative Millett, I really want to thank you for your steadfast leadership throughout the study and the work that you and certainly all committee members are doing now to carefully consider how best to move forward. As these bills do not have language yet, our standing is neither for nor against, and I have submitted consolidated testimony, and our comments are really in response to the draft language, which was discussed in the committee and shared with interested parties last week. You've heard today and will hear from several MAXPE member organizations with special purpose preschools. They are all experts in the field of specialized services for preschool age children with disabilities. And I believe it's my place just to take a moment to comment on and recognize the incredibly valuable work that they do. Over the course of the last decade, throughout the underfunding and slow dismantling of CDS, special purpose preschools have continued to stretch to center the needs of Maine's youngest children with both the medically necessary and individualized education supports so that they can be successful in the least restrictive educational environment. That's our passion and purpose. And contrary to some of the remarks made by the department officials in front of the committee earlier this session, our providers neither pick nor choose children they support, but rather embrace the children that are referred to them. Even with an adequate funding, special purpose preschools maintain and pride themselves on their high standards and licensing, as well as the development and training they provide for their staff. In fact, highly trained and specialized staff are often recruited and leave to take the higher paying positions with school districts and specialized K-12 programs. Looking forward with transitioning early childhood special education services for children with disabilities 4 to 6 years of age from CDS to SAUs, we recommend that the state adopt legislation that allows ample time for stakeholder engagement for the following: to specifically address the role and value of special purpose preschools in a new system, to assess each school district's readiness and capacity to ensure support for children with intensive needs in the least restrictive setting, and to determine the true cost and funding needed for successful transition. In the draft language, MAXPE supports the development of an advisory committee to develop the implementation timeline and plan for a transition by February 2022. We believe that this should be a legislative advisory committee similar to the advisory group that this committee previously created to facilitate the PCG report. Legislators were key to recognizing the challenges facing the special education system, and we believe that your continued leadership and partnership with stakeholders in a new advisory committee is needed through the development and implementation of the transition plan to ensure its success. We further recommend that this advisory committee remain in place beyond the delivery of the implementation plan next February, so that stakeholders can monitor and troubleshoot and work together throughout the implementation plan after its adoption. The draft language regarding the creation of the advisory committee specifically directs the committee to report back on several items, including the funding needed to support early childhood special education services for Maine's children with disabilities. Establishing the true cost and increased funding needed for the state, SAUs, as well as the special purpose preschools that will be working with the state and SAUs as they build their capacity or as part of their plan to support children will be key to ensuring equitable support throughout the system. Costs for special purpose preschools were underrepresented in the PCG report, which compared special purpose preschools to typical preschools, not the K through 12 special purpose private schools. So the true costs still need to be considered. SAU school readiness and capacity assessment. MAXB recommends adding language to any bill that's adopted either within or outside the advisory committee that would provide for SAU readiness and a capacity assessment. SAUs are varied in their capacity to develop and support early childhood programs for children 4 to 6 with disabilities. So understanding that full range of their needs and costs district by district across the state will be essential to consider in the full development of an implementation plan. Central billing system, the draft language also provided for the development of the central billing system. MAXB supports that development of the system for SAUs only. We request that special purpose preschools maintain their own billing system. The transition certainly will be significant, and it's time to have a plan to move forward. And yes, that transition plan, however, is too important to be rushed. It's critical that stakeholders be involved every step of the way so as to avoid further destabilization of the system and to negate any barriers to accessing the vital support, skill development, and educational opportunity needed for preschool children with developmental disabilities and autism. I thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and for your consideration and time.
Thank you, Ms. Cordes. Are there questions? Okay, I have a couple. To be fair, this is not just directed at you, Ms. Cordes. I think that this is directed at any remaining stakeholders who are listening. When it's discussed about the readiness and capacity at SAUs and how to assess that. It would be very helpful for the work session if folks can come back with some specific benchmarks that would indicate a readiness. Again, specificity is really welcome in this situation. And can you please elaborate on why SPPs would want to continue with their own billing rather than working through the centralized billing system?
Not understanding what that system would look like. We certainly understand there's a request and need for districts to not necessarily have to work through a main care system. That seems perhaps cumbersome or intimidating, but I believe that for our members, having the ability to both bill the state as they currently do, as well as I can imagine that some of them may be in a contractual position with school districts, which would then mean working with a particular school district that's incorporating these services to this population versus working through the state. So depending upon who they're working with, they would need those avenues.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Lori Brown.
Hi. Okay. Hi, I'm Lori Brown. Thank you, Representative Millette and everyone for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking neither for nor against the current legislation. I've known CDS workers and the work they do for over 10 years. Those workers have been in contact with and work with are well-educated, hardworking, and dedicated to the families they help. CDS providers generally have advanced degrees and certifications that are specific to the work they do. There's one certification for CDS teachers. There's one certification in the special education for the Birth to 5 program. And I was glad to hear people a short time ago mentioning that it is very different from the K-8 or K-12 offerings. You've heard repeatedly, I know I have heard repeatedly that CDS has been historically underfunded. During that historic drought, the CDS employees continued to work, in part because the advocacy they employ is to them the most important part of their work. The responsibility for proper funding doesn't fall with the employees, it falls much higher up the food chain. While you're deciding the fate of CDS, I ask that you remember the workers. They showed up every day during a pandemic, simultaneously adjusting their personal and professional lives. They dropped off materials outside of the homes of clients so that those clients' children had access to needed supports as we realigned how we did business. They relearned their jobs over and over in the last year. Some of them watched their own family members get sick, not being able to reach out to them. Some became ill themselves, watched family members died, and yet they continued to work. Adaptive, they have adapted. CDS employees have a tremendous ability to adapt to change and to adversity. If you want to know what's best for CDS, ask the employees. And I don't say that sarcastically, but the folks I've worked with at CDS are very dedicated to the work they do with families. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Are there any questions? Ms. Brown, I will tell you that from my perspective, we care very much about the employees. And as you probably have heard me say, specificity as much as possible from the stakeholders is what's required in the situation. So if there are very specific things that CDS employees want to see going forward, this is the time for us to know it and hear it. In addition to any testimony you might have submitted, please feel free to send to Ms. Risler or to the whole committee any additional ideas that you feel would assist in our addressing the staff's needs during this process.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Millett.
Absolutely. Yep. And while we was chatting, Senator Woodson has raised his hand. Senator?
Thank you. I admittedly do not know a whole lot about CDS programs, and I find this fascinating. What I'm hearing is from a lot of different people that the CDS are doing a great job, but simply have lacked funding. I'm going to ask a radical question here, but it's, I guess, for discussion is, if that is the case, why do not the state simply adequately fund the programs and expand it without including it in the Department of Education?
I'll speak my part in response, Senator Woodson, and that's that in the last budget, there was funding to support that move. And I think it's my belief that CDS has moved a great deal in that direction. And so I can't answer why the big need is to move to the DOE. I can't answer that. That's a discussion that's above my level of access, I would say. But I do know that the folks at CDS have started to move toward better pay. They've started to work toward better access for additional staffing. we've been they've been hiring, and even during a pandemic, I know I'm not supposed to say that I work for CDS, I'm sorry, but I work in the Birth to 3 program, and the biggest, we were able to overcome all these obstacles. The biggest challenge for us was when it came to working with the children with autism that were identified prior to age 3 and had been getting some direct services. And how do you do that when you can't see them face to face? And so, but that didn't keep CDS employees down. They continued to work toward solving that problem, solving that access problem. So I don't know. I can't tell you the answer to that, but that's an age-old question, Senator Woodson.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Okay, Sue Mackey-Andrews, are you still on? I know that you had a meeting at 2 something, and unfortunately we ran late. Great. Sam, why don't you bring her over?
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. And then we'll have Mr. Plummer come after Sue.
Thank you, Representative Millett. It is an honor to speak with this committee. Some of you who I know from years earlier, and nice meeting new faces. My name is Sue Mackey-Andrews, and I live in Piscataquis County in Dover-Foxcroft. And I have a long history with early intervention services, and most particularly early intervention services in Maine. I came to Maine in 1979 to start what was then the 7th site that ultimately became CDS throughout the state. And 5 years later, I left to work for the Department of Education in an interagency structure, working under 6 commissioners at the time, to develop the CDS system for birth to 5-year-olds pursuant to Public Law 99-457, which was the federal authorizing legislation. I came to Maine as a pediatric diagnostician, so my history is with early identification and program planning and working with families to help them manage their child's system of care and what they need for services. I left the state after almost 10 years of leading CDS and became a consultant nationally in most particularly Part C, but sometimes birth to 5 systems throughout the country, and helped, as I did in Maine, to develop their first central billing office. I helped 4 other states develop that. I also worked in a variety of system issues, interagency agreements, regulations, personnel prep, and quality assurance and monitoring, and eligibility. So I come to this with a great deal of information and again, history. I left my consulting business in several years ago to focus more on what was happening in Maine. Also, when it became not a lot of fun to travel on airplanes, quite frankly. One of the things that we did when I was executive director of CDS was we created the first Medicaid reimbursement for developmental services and other specialty services for the birth to 5 population. And when I was director, again, we anywhere on an annual basis between 68 and 75% of our total funding for CDS services was from Medicaid or private insurance. We also had department funding from several other departments, including education, the Department of Corrections. Commissioner Don Allen at the time was quite a visionary and realized that early intervention helped to reduce the potential for incarceration later on in life. So there's a long history here of collaboration and coordination and involvement with both the private sector as well as the public sector for service delivery. I've written you testimony. I've touched on 5 areas that I feel are imperative to include in this legislation. And I have cleared my schedule for Friday morning to participate and to be of resource to you in the work session. But I believe with my whole heart that this is the last bite of the apple that we're going to get at fixing this system. And I believe we do have to repair it. It is time to move the 4 and 5-year-olds to the public schools as we open up pre-K programs and ensure universal kindergarten for all of our children. That is the natural and normal, least restrictive environment for those kids with special needs, and that should happen. Not all districts are going to be ready to do that. We have some districts up here without pre-K programs. It will take them a while, both personnel, specialty personnel, and physical plant to get themselves lined up to do that. So this is a long process that we're looking at, and a lot of people are going to have to be patient. I can assure you that there's more than enough work to go around for all of the children that either are or should be eligible. The 5 areas of concern that I have mentioned in my testimony deal with the establishment of a transition oversight committee, and I've made particular recommendations to you about that. To talk about eligibility, most particularly for birth through 3-year-olds, but also the implications for 3 to 5-year-olds, particularly as it relates to developmental delay. The disposition of 3-year-olds, I do believe that we should actively explore the Part C option and work to include these children in a birth to 4 program. I think that that is reflective of the service delivery system in our state. In the years down the road, schools may be asked and step up to serve 3-year-olds, and that would be all 3-year-olds. But right now, I believe that requiring schools to work with many community programs, many of which they have very probably good relationships with, but not functional business relationships with, would be an extra demand on them, particularly now after the pandemic and all that has to happen to help our kids and our faculties acclimate to a public school setting. I've talked about contracting versus having employees and monitoring and supervision. Again, 2 more other areas that I think are really critical for your legislation to include. I've also made my position, and I believe this for a long period of time, and I've testified before you many, many times, that we should really look seriously at moving the lead agency for birth to 4 to the DHHS. I know it's controversial. I know it would be a heavy lift, but if we really think about it, that's where the majority of infant, toddler, and early childhood services are located. It's where maternal and child health is. It's where the Office of Behavioral Health Services is located. It's where childcare is. It's where Head Start is. And it only makes sense in a mandated, this is a federally mandated system of collaboration and coordination across all departments to seat the program in the agency that offers the most opportunity for collaboration, including, but not necessarily only, the state's Medicaid program. And lastly, I gave you a printout in my testimony of eligibility by across the country, and it shows you that we compete with Kentucky as the state serving the least amount of children. And that's because between the 2 states, we serve children who are either 45 or 50% developmentally delayed. That's not prevention. That's choosing the children with the highest set of needs and serving them. And the likelihood is that most all, if not all of those kiddos will go on to public school special education. And we've entirely missed the boat for kids who have minor developmental delays in terms of early remediation and prevention of other developmental concerns. We will get to a point, because CDS serves between 850 and 950 birth through 2-year-olds annually. We're going to get to a point between our declining population, and if we don't do something about the eligibility criteria, where there will be no more economies of scale in operating CDS. In other words, there's a certain amount of infrastructure that it takes, whether you serve 500 or 5,000 children. And we will no longer be able to achieve economies of scale to defend the cost of the infrastructure versus the cost of reaching children. So eligibility has to be looked at, and a whole host of other related issues programmatically. But I stand ready to help you. I think that there are a lot of opportunities here to improve services. There's also a tremendous opportunity to leave no one behind as we make these systemic changes. And I would urge the committee to think about that as we go forward. We don't want to lose any of the experts that we've employed up to this point in time. So thank you for the opportunity, and really thank you for your hard work. You've been working on this problem for years. I imagine that you're really looking forward to some relief and not talking about it again. And your challenges during this pandemic have been especially significant. So thank you for all your efforts and your time.
I guess I'll step in at this point. And are there any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Mackey Andrews? Senator Woodson, did you have a
Thank
question?
you. Yes, I do. Thank you. Ms. Andrews, thank you so much for being here and some interesting information. Have you ever discussed with DHHS the move of the 0 to 4 age groups into their control or under their supervision?
I think when Commissioner Lambrou first came on board, in a meeting that I had with her, I did mention it. We never moved it past that. She did make a visit up here to our region, and we briefly discussed early childhood services. Things really got upended across the state in terms of the pandemic, and a lot of work that we would have normally done for a variety of reasons never continued, Senator. So, I mean, I'd be happy to do that if that was something that the commissioner wanted to explore more.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And you understand we do have work sessions on Friday.
I do, and I plan to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
So at this point, Sam, Mr. Baker, I'd ask you, where are we in the list and the process?
Well, Representative, you returned at a good time. We have Tiffany Haskell should be the last person that signed up.
Who's the last person?
Tiffany Haskell, and
okay.
I'm definitely mispronouncing that name. I'm sorry,
And
Tiffany.
so theoretically, we're on 386 with the last person.
We were going through the 135s.
We're at 135 still. Okay.
Yep, but all the ones after that have been repeats. So this
Okay.
is the final.
So okay, so we're with Tiffany Haskell, who's number 15th on the list for 135.
Yes, Representative.
Okay, great. All right. So if we could have Ms. Haskell, that'd be great.
And then I've been keeping track of all the ones below that. So
okay,
we didn't miss anybody.
I'm counting on you.
Oh no! Oh no!
Hello, Ms. Haskell. Thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just in all fairness, I did expect that someone, Pete Plummer, was going to go before me. So just so that he's not skipped if he's still waiting, I did thought he was going to go before me. So
yes, Tiffany. He's not currently with us in the waiting room. So
okay.
Yeah, we don't see him here.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Tiffany Haskell. I'm the clinical director at WABAN in Sanford, Maine. I'm a certified special education director, school psychologist, and behavior analyst. I've worked with children with special needs for over 25 years. As part of my role at WABAN, I oversee program operations of our special purpose preschool, where we provide intensive educational and medically necessary behavioral health services for preschool age children referred to us by CDS of York County. These services are provided by certified special ed teachers, behavioral health professionals, master level clinicians, master's level behavior analysts, as well as occupational, speech, and physical therapists. Special purpose preschools provide services to children with intensive behavioral and special ed needs across the state and represent a core part of the fabric of the system of care for this vulnerable population. Every child's placement at any level on the continuum of least restrictive to more restrictive special education services is considered and determined on an individual basis, as is in line with federal IDEA and state regulation. So I want to just ask you to consider a few questions as we plan in Maine for a transition of 4 and 5-year-olds out of the CDS system into the local SAU. Some iteration of that we expect is coming. So number one, how do we ensure continuity of services for these children throughout the transition? It's critical that the system of care be supported and that the opportunity for collaboration at the community level between SAUs and existing local community providers, including special purpose preschools, be expressly included in a transition plan. Community partnerships that take advantage of evidence-based partnerships, evidence-based programs, clinical staff, and expertise in service delivery for this early intervention population should be expressly encouraged and planned for. Number two, are SAUs ready for this? Do they have the capacity, infrastructure, and staff? As has been mentioned, I would support a readiness assessment and would be happy to give some specificity and thought to that. I think also with changes in eligibility up to age 22 recently for SAUs, at the high end of the age range for our special ed population. With this would come also a 2-year downward extension, perhaps 3, in serving our 4 to 5-year-olds in Maine. So it's critical that comprehensive school readiness be included in a transition plan. It's very likely that some districts are eager for this opportunity. Perhaps they already provide universal pre-K and opportunities for that least restrictive environment setting, or perhaps they don't have the capacity, the staff, or typical age peers. Perhaps they're also questioning funding. Number 3, do we know the actual cost of providing these services? For years, the reimbursement rate for CDS services has been low and unchanged. For years, there's been an expectation for and reliance on main care billing for any and all covered services. The system of care for the special ed population relies heavily on billing, private insurance, and main care, and it is worth asking critical questions about any proposed transition that would involve simply a discussion around moving CDS money to the local SAU. And one final question for today, how do we ensure we get this right? I think we must ensure we ask the critical questions, that we convene an advisory committee that reports to the legislature, that we assess school readiness and SAU preparedness, that we ensure a continuity to the system of care and encourage community-based partnerships, and ensure that a timeline is careful and thoughtful and allows for meaningful adjustments as we move through. I think the kids and families in Maine deserve our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskell. We appreciate your comments. At this point, are there any questions from members of the committee? Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Haskell, for being here. Warband is a wonderful setting for so many different age groups. How many 4 and 5-year-olds do you have in your program?
Pre-pandemic, we served around 60 children in about 10 classrooms in the facility in Sanford.
Okay. And how young are your clients or the kids there?
Down to age 3.
Down to age 3. Okay. And who do you deal with mostly as far as funding?
We deal with a combination of CDS as a pay source, as well as accessing main care funding for any and all appropriate covered services. And that's the larger majority of our funding stream.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for Ms. Haskell? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. And we appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
So at this point, Mr. Baker. I kind of exhausted the list. Have you picked up who should be next?
This should be everybody, Representative.
Everybody has testified?
Yep, everybody for the ones below
Okay.
are
So,
repeats.
and we don't have anybody in the waiting room or?
Nope, there's nobody in the waiting room. Everybody that is there has already
Okay.
testified.
All right, great. Well, Sam, thank you again for an excellent job in terms of juggling this was, an unusual public hearing, so I appreciate it. And I'm glad that we got everybody to have a chance to weigh in on these issues. And Senator Woodson, did you have a question?
Yes, Sam, the School Board Association superintendents, MEA or DHHS, none of those were signed up, or did they send any written information?
Senator, we didn't have Eileen King or Steve Bailey from MFSMA. We didn't have Grace or John from MEA. I'm not as familiar with the DHHS names, but nobody under those organizations signed up, when they registered.
I mean, this is a huge undertaking we're discussing here, and very, very important. And I'm discouraged or disappointed we have to take this up on Friday because of the big area we have to cover. But I'm disappointed. I have a medical appointment on Friday, so I'm not sure if we're going to be here. But if we're going to have stakeholders in a working group moving forward, I'd just like to throw a suggestion out for the chairs and the committee of if there's a stakeholder group, to include one legislator, Democrat, and one Republican from the Education Committee to be on the committee or the work group.
Okay. So Senator, if we were to have an advisory committee similar to what we had in the last year, that would be your suggestion, that we include at least 2 legislators?
Yes, one from each party. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. And Senator, would you, I think it'd be fairly easy. We could ask Mr. Baker and Ms. Risler to make sure that the groups that you mentioned are invited to the work session on Friday.
Yeah, I would definitely think they're vital.
Okay. And I do recognize this is a big issue and we have a lot of ground to cover, and we will see how much ground we're able to cover on Friday. And we hope that you'll be able to join us at least for part of the discussion.
Thank you.
If there's anything we can do to accommodate your schedule, let us know.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So at this point, do people in the committee have questions? Not questions, but anything that we'd like Ms. Risler to prepare for the work session on Friday? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am hoping that Ms. Risler will be able to find clarifying information about the Social Security to MEPRS shift, which I think was mentioned in earlier testimony. And my specific question is it possible for people to stay in Social Security? I've walked the path in MEPRS. I am concerned about that element of our switch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other things that may have come up during the public hearing that people would like followed up on or that addressed at the work session on Friday? No? Representative Millette, how did things go while I was gone? I guess you can't hear me. Okay. So again, any other comments, thoughts at this point? All right. So tomorrow we will be in session. And at this point, Thursday, we're planning on coming in at 1 o'clock. We have 2 public hearings and then we have work sessions. And then Friday, we're starting at 9 o'clock with CDS. And the afternoon, we'll be looking at tabled bills as well as potential carryover bills. And then Ms. Risler, I thought the commissioner had indicated she might be available Monday morning at 9 o'clock.
So the committee did get permission to meet on Monday for the purpose of hearing the commissioner's briefing. I have not received an email back on the timing.
Okay. Well,
So you perhaps know more than I do.
I think we could plan at this point that she might be available at 9 o'clock on Monday. And then obviously after her presentation, we'll have a discussion to make recommendations for the draft of our letter back to the Appropriations Committee on the change package. And then we will follow up or complete any other work that's still before the committee that we weren't able to accomplish on Friday. Is that what your thoughts, Ms. Risler?
Yes, although the permission for meeting on Monday is for the language reviews that we have and for the commissioners meeting. To the extent that anything is not voted by Friday, we would need to make an additional request to meet for the purpose of voting.
Okay. Well, we will keep that in mind. All right. So Sam Baker, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Representative. I just wanted to let everybody who had absentee votes today know that I've received all the absentee votes already. So thank you for getting those all in. And everybody responded the way that they needed to. So if you have any other emails or if there's anything, I know sometimes I sent to, multiple email accounts, but just ignore those. Everybody's got their votes in and we've got them recorded. So thank you for that.
Okay, great. All right. We've had a long and eventful 2 days. Tomorrow, were you waving goodbye?
No.
Okay. Hillary.
I do have some language reviews.
Oh, you got language reviews for us. Okay.
They're over email. If you want to review them and let me know no later than Thursday. If you have any questions or concerns, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
You can do that. I would also just note the 2 other bills. So there were 2 bills, LD 96 and LD 833, which were both on immunization. Those 2 bills were majority ought not to pass, minority ought to pass. There were no fiscal notes on either of those 2 bills. So they are good to be reported out. I just wanted to let you know because you will not get a language review because there's nothing to review.
Okay.
But otherwise, the rest of those bills should be in your email. If you do have questions or concerns, email me no later than, say, Thursday at noon so that I know to bring them back in front of you and not report them out.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Risler? Okay. Tomorrow, I don't know how many people have already had a chance to see the calendar for the session tomorrow. But we have, I think last count, 10 reports from the Education Committee to the House. So if anybody has any thoughts or comments about those, I would appreciate that going forward. Tomorrow, there may be additional bills that show up on supplements, but I'm not sure about that at this point. And I just want to thank everybody for the work the last 2 days. And I'd like to say we're all done, but we have a lot of work tomorrow, and we also have a lot of work on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So again, thank you very much. And I really look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Representative Lyman, I have actually seen in person twice since January. So it'll be nice to see her and other members of the committee. And anybody have any final thoughts or comments? Oh, Okay, well, thank you very much. And Sam, we'll look forward to seeing you and Hillary on Thursday.